Oh, hello. Happy Friday. How is everyone doing? Tonight we are doing Phas challenges. And I might even be taking some challenges from you guys that you suggest. We'll see. Would you say Freak It Friday? I mean, listen, to each is their own. You know, we're not going to shame anybody here. Jocelyn, thank you for the 16 months. You got your hoodie. Let's go. Oh, they're so nice. I need to order more merch. Mary, thank you for the gifted. Oh, thank you for the gifted sub, dude. Copper. What the hell? All right, we got to switch it up. We're coming. How do you get drops? You can't. Yeah, they haven't been active for like 2 weeks. Yeah. The next time they go live though, I will be sure to let you know the second I know. But as of now, there's no drops in Phas. Yeah. Soon enough, friend. Copper, thank you for the subs. Starting off strong. Liza, thank you for the biddies. Hello. Backyard, hello. Love the vids. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Hi, friends. Hey, how are you? Yeah, we're going to do some Phas challenges today. So what I mean by that is I'm probably going to do the wheel. I have a wheel of challenges. There's only a few on it, but I can add more. So we're talking like random. I need to change the playlist. You know what? I'm going to let the song play. Random, backwards only. I'm trying to think what else is on there. There's a few things on there. Doors, no doors, that kind of stuff. Yeah. I just want to say, song is right about you. Listen, it was a busy night, okay? I saw the DM come in. I just haven't had time to properly respond. I saw it, though. Night Fury, think of it. Oh, my God. 2 years and 4 months. I challenge you to get the ghost correct from the van. Okay, what are the stakes? I'm not going to do it. There's no way. Extended. Oh, it's cutting it close. I know. We're getting there. Speaking of subs and stuff, September is coming. It is on the way. The way that I have done September in the past, and I'm going to do it again this year, is I don't do like a subathon or anything, but instead of having just a monthly goal, we are going to have a list of goals that we can get incrementally as we go through the month. So it's not necessarily final. I don't know for sure yet. I'm not 100%. And when I show it, remember, this is when September starts. It has not. Yes, the benefits of September have begun. The benefits of it. If you just subbed right now, you probably got a discount on it. But yeah. Title and Gamer still from Wednesday. What? I literally updated it. I hate it here. Thank you, Mayor. I'm on it. I think even the bot said the right title. How's that work? Explain that. All right, let me know if it's fixed. What the? It did, but it changed. Oh, it changed back. Juju, thank you for the biddies. Excuse me, is that pancakes behind you? It sure is. Saw the right title and then it changed. Yeah, I wouldn't have like purposely gone in there and been like, gotcha. Yeah. I got nothing. I don't know why. Drifter, hello, friend. How are you? Hey, Diablo, I'm good. How's it going? Oh, man. It was a week. Kiddos went back to school this week. All that stuff. And your VIP, hell yeah. GG's. Can we see a close-up of her? You know what I can do? I'll take a photo of her with the lights on. Wait, no, I've already done that. Wait, didn't I post it in the server? Maybe I didn't. If I didn't, I promise I will. I did it with the lights on so you could see her better because she's all creepy and dark in the dark back there. But yeah, I absolutely can. Resilia, thank you for the 21 months. Recipe, thank you for the sub. Coco, hello. What's up, society? Good to see you. Leanie, hello. Oh my goodness. How'd the kids react? Honestly, when they walked in, it was really funny. Izzy walked in and she saw it and she was like, What's that? Said, oh, it's a thing, stream thing with that. She goes, oh, okay. And then she left. They're apparently not creeped out by her. Damn desensitized kids. But they're afraid of roller coasters. What are the challenges? I will show you guys. I have a wheel that I'm going to use. We're going to do a warm-up game, and then I might add a few challenges to it. But we have a challenge wheel that I'm going to spin to decide what I do. You got to get a roller coaster cut out now. Really? Really make him jump scare? Yeah. Got to pop out. No worries. No, I appreciate you. Yeah. Wolfie, thank you for the 6 months. Melody, thank you for the 3. Yeah, I will do my best. If anybody puts any of the challenges in chat, I will do my best if I see it to catch it and say it out loud, or like just make sure that I read it. If I don't see it, if I miss it, then putting it in the Discord can be really helpful for suggestions. No, keybinds would be a pain in the ass. I literally wouldn't be able to function. There's no way. I wouldn't be able to do it. No shot. Flash will forget. But what if okay. Yes, she's 100% right. But if we're populating the wheel in that moment, that's a different story. Chug a gross soda every time you die. Oh, I was going to show you the thing. Oh, yeah. So September is starting Monday, right? I think Monday is the 1st. Yeah, should be. So this is as of right now, this is what our September goals are looking like. So this is always approached with, if we hit it, we hit it. If we don't, we don't. But there are goals there. And if we hit them, we're going to do them. So it literally goes everywhere, from merch to playing with viewers, which I have 2 on there, by the way. I was talking to the mods about it, and they thought that was a great idea. So we added another one. I do have a tattoo. I have 1. It's on my back. Disney princess cosplay after our meetup with Baron, and I've already dressed up as one princess. I thought that could be another possibility. You never know. Art, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. But this is not active yet. This will be active when September starts. So Monday, this will begin, and this will be here. And what we're probably going to do is we will probably not have our normal daily goals. What I might do is I might have like if we hit the daily, then I'll do something. I don't know what it might be, but we'll see. Disney princess cosplay. Yeah. And you guys will get to choose. You guys will get to choose what that is. Yeah. Art, how was your stream? I'm good. How are you? Venny, think of it a biddies. Probably dressed as a princess on the weekends. Hey, don't shame me. I do what I want. Be Snow White when you do the cosplay. Listen, it will be chat's choice, probably. I'd say more than likely. I've already been Elsa, which I think I killed it, by the way. But any other Disney princess. But we got to get there first. Can we also choose the tattoo? So we'll talk about that. I will probably choose, if we, God forbid, we were to reach that, I would probably choose the location and how large it is, or let Miss Flash choose that. But then you guys will have some options of what you want it to be. Yeah. You give Vanellope Von Okay. I didn't realize I gave princess vibes. Fiona for the princess cosplay, even though, what? Because I was Shrek? You need a Nard dog. Oh, I'm not getting a tramp stamp. No. Get out of here. Bubba, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome in. UV print right on the forehead. God damn it. I hate it here. Okay, Spicy Pam. Listen. A boner. Good grief. Lizard. No, Mrs. Flash has to approve. But again, we're not going to stress about that, because we got to get even close to that kind of moment anyway. A brownie. Oh, a brownie frowny tramp stamp. I don't know. Oh my God. Cat dog. Hey, now we're talking. All right. Well, Let's get fast started. We'll get fast started. We'll do a warm-up game, and then after the warm-up game, we'll start doing some challenges. As for the challenges, it'll probably be based on a wheel. I'm going to spin a wheel for it so that it's just easy for us to decide what it's going to be. Oh, do I need to change my mouse back again? Gosh, dang it. Gosh, dang it. Or did I already change it back? I think I fixed it. A tattoo of Baron. All right. All right. Goodness, ready though. It's almost 2 a.m. Oh my goodness. I'm going to get a bit. No worries. You go get your EPs. I appreciate you, friend. Thank you for coming in and thank you for bringing your friends over. Thank you. All right. Let's. Or Doc. I'm not getting a tattoo of one of my friends' faces. All right. I need to see how this feels. The sensitivity seems okay. Listening to the stream while driving to Northern Michigan for the holiday weekend. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's right. I keep forgetting about Monday. Tattoo with a plushie attack shirt design would be fitting. That's a really intricate design. I don't think we would do a tattoo that big. You know? Hey, Perksy, what's up, dude? A Frank tattoo would be so good. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how we would decide it, but if we, God forbid, we started getting closer to that, then we would have a real conversation about it. And if we reached it, I would get an effing tattoo. I love the fact that this is still here. This is now the second time they've done drops where they've left this on after drops are done. I don't understand why this keeps happening. It's because every time they do drops, they go away. Like as in the whole team. It's like drops are gone. We're going to a trip to go somewhere else. And then they come back and I'm like, hey, this thing is still on. We'll get there eventually. This drops button has been there ever since the first time they did it. I have all of next week off work. Lucky dog. Lucky dog. Oh, it's Coach's song. All right, let's go. I think they went to like, where did they go? The Gamescom? I don't remember what it was. Yeah. Well, any of the old events for Phasmophobia pop back up? Not that I'm aware of, no. I don't think so. If they do, that would be really awesome. I think a lot of us have been advocating for that because if they already have it, they could bring it back. Now, the problem is that they would have to update it based on what is going on now. So they can't just flip a switch because of all the updates that have happened. So I would love for them to bring back some of those older events. That'd be great. What do you think of Doc's song? It was really funny because I was not ready for it. Side challenge of a Bean Boozle bean every time someone asks you about, stop it right now. No way. No way. Juju. Reordering because mine is starting to fade since I wear it so much. Oh, Juju, thank you, friend. I need to reorder the logo one, the freestyle logo one. I got to order another one of those. That one I've worn to death. So that one's starting to fade on me too. And Spicy Pam, thank you for the gifted to Venny, friend. I had heard there were other people that have had the merch stuff working for them. I still don't believe it's working for me, as in the merch giveaways. So if we get to September and it's still not fixed, what I'll do is I will do one of my normal giveaways, like the crazy one with the music and stuff, and then I'll send whoever wins the link. So we'll still be able to do it. It just won't be as easy. That's all. But yeah. Get a tattoo of one of your followers. Okay. That sounds like an awesome idea. Sounds like a great idea. Yeah, it sounds awesome. Get a tattoo of a follower and then they change their name the next day. Father, in the words of Doc. A music bot, no, that's what I'm saying. Like a Phas tattoo, I'm not against it at all. We have invested so much into this game. Yeah. Cooperation gifted me last time, so I just assumed. Oh, I know what you mean. All right, let's do a nightmare to warm up, and then after we do our nightmare, we'll start doing some challenges. Yeah. If you guys have any challenges and you want to suggest them, I have a suggestion channel. Please feel free to put them in there because I'm going to populate the wheel with them if they're good and we like them. Yeah. Greasely, welcome in. How are you? Albake handprint tat. That would be cool. Yeah, that'd be another really cool one. Blood moon, but you can only see it 2% of the time. Has to be either Bruce or Toe. We'll see. All right, where do you guys want me to go? Actually, you know what? Hold on. I think we haven't done... Hold on a sec. Hold on. Where is it? Did this reset? Oh, no. Okay, hold on. I think I fixed it. I think it's good. All right, 1 through 14, your vote only counts once. Where do you guys want me to go? I feel like we haven't done a vote in forever. I feel like it's been a long time. Tier 3 Cruci that's already been eaten like part of the way, or one that has like that's like red on the red like it just was eaten. Yeah, we could come up with a lot of really cool tattoo ideas. 1 through 14. I'll give you guys 60 seconds and then we'll go. All right. So while you guys are doing that, I will get everything else set up. I'm surprised. Apocrypha, do not give people ideas. Don't you dare. Why is this asking me to sign in? Get out of here. A tattoo that says you forgot your lighter. Just put it right here. Right on my wrist. Or right on the top so I look down and I see it all the time. All right, you guys have like 10 seconds and then I'm going to shut her down and then we're going to go wherever it is that you guys chose. While you guys are voting, it's just buying me time to set the rest of my stuff up. Pew, pew, pew. Hey, Kid Cat. Welcome in, dude. Maybe it'll work. Maybe. Maybe. Coco, welcome in. How are you? It's trying its best. There we go. Holy crap. Holy crap. All right. Now I'm ready. What was the final tally? Oh, Willer Street? Y'all are too kind. Willer Street it is. So we're going to start on Willow, and then after Willow, we're going to do some challenges. I'll spin a wheel and just let it choose the challenges for us. I think that's the easiest way. Thank you guys for the follows. I appreciate you. Point Hope was a close second. It's because those were the meanie heads. That's why. Mira, hello, friend. How are you? Scooch over there. Do this. Cozy Carrie. Have a good night, friend. You have a good night. Jace, thank you for the 8 months. Allie, thank you for the 6 months. Carrie, I saw your effects, by the way. I was in your stream lurking whenever you turned yourself into Barney. I was there. I seenst it. I was there. It was pretty funny. You voted for Sunny? Wow, dude. Wow, dude. Have you seen the rave? I have not. No, I didn't get to see everything. Sunny's your favorite? Sunny's a good map. It's a really good map. What are we doing today? We're doing some challenges. I'm going to populate a challenge wheel and then we'll spin it and let it decide for us. Yeah. Not gonna lie, I did vote for Point. Listen, don't out yourself. Don't out yourself. Stab, think of it as 16 months, dude. What's new in Phasmo? I mean, depends the last time you played. I think that's the question. Depends the last time you played. But for now, let us do Willow Street. And then after Willow Street, we'll do one of those so-called challenges I heard. Ooh, another thing that I could do, I could add tier-based challenge too on the wheel. Since we're above, since we have all the items, I could do tier 1, 2, or 3 stuff too. Definitely voted for Willow. I love this map. I can't wait till they redo this one, man. I can't wait. There's no kind of like indication of when this map is going to get redone. It will eventually get redone. We just don't know when that is. Hopefully next year. So we will see. Hey, what up, Mike? Mike. Thank you for the heart, me dude. All right, let's ride. It's snowing. It's snowing. I'm absolutely not looking forward to that. Why not? Oh, get rid of all the assets that they purchased and then do all custom. Yes, please. Yes, please. Hey, Flash, not to scare you, but there's a not to scare you, but there's a Pamela behind you. I don't believe you. I think you're lying. All right. We have Holly Stevens for case number 10,199. Get our sanity below 25%, repel the ghost, and get the ghost to blow out a firelight. So what I could try to maybe do, let's do something a little bit different. I'm going to bring in a firelight and a flashlight and a photo camera. Let's try it. Do you know if they'll rework the large maps? I don't know. It's a great question. I'm not exactly sure if they're even planning on redoing. Like Sunny Meadows, they don't have to revamp. Sunny Meadows is completely custom. That is mint and good to go. Don't change a damn thing. But high school, prison, like, yeah, if they could figure that out, that would be awesome. All right, let's do this. Flashlight, good pun. I wasn't trying. Alyssa, hello, friend. Let's get her juice. Cassie, hello. Alyssa, hey, how are you? Mirror. Don't mind if I do. Oh. Hold on. Still got it. High school could use a rework. I think high school could probably use one of the biggest reworks, but I don't know if they're going to do it. I think they might say F it and just delete it, to be honest. Haley, hello. Alyssa, what are you doing, dude? Thank you for the game controller, friend. Sarah, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you guys so much. You guys are nuts. Shaman, thank you for the 1 month. Cooked eggs. 23 months. The red light district, she's hitting on me. I don't know how I feel about it. Old grandma is trying to have a farm and I'm not here for it. Okay. Prison's your least favorite? No, high school's my least favorite. I say no like I'm you. Sorry. High school's my least favorite. I don't mind prison when I have multiple people. If I have a team of 4, it's great. Firelight blowout. Are the star ratings on the pictures gone? Yes. Yes, they are. That's an orbital. Wait. What? Why'd that sound like that was through the wall? Oh, it was this paintbrush. Edats, thank you for the gifted. Thank you guys for the follows. I appreciate y'all. Welcome. Flirty granny. Oof. Buzz your girlfriend. Woof. Oh, all right. Why'd they remove the star rating? Because they wanted to get rid of the star rating for a while, because now the whole thing, they did this whole media revamp where now it's no longer based on stars. It's based on how unique it is. It has to be unique. It has to be different than the other evidence you've gotten. Callie, thank you for the 5 subs. Thank you so much, friend. Yeah. I've got orbs in writing. So now we don't have to look for anything else. It's a Mare, Revy, or Thay. And it's being pretty active immediately, which is making me lean to Thay. Unfortunately, I have a mirror. If I had a Ouija board, that'd be sick, because then we could do the Ouija trick. Imagine if it was unique and 3 stars, I probably wouldn't play as much. Or I would get 0 media and say, no thanks. How close are we to getting Mrs. Flash to play? We are that close. So much better than spamming 9 salt photos. I agree with you 5,000,000%. There are people that that really want to go back to the salt spamming stuff just because they could get perfect games easier. I don't want it to be easier. I just want it to be worth it. So when I say I want it to be worth it, I mean, you should get more money for a perfect game. It's that easy. Perfect games are not easy. They should just up how much you get. That's it. Agent Meow, thank you for the 13 months. Kate, welcome in. It's more challenging. Yeah, for sure. You are one active little bean, which is making me really think you're a Thay. All right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get everything that I need to start recording media and then start recording media. Yeah. Oh, Flash, how do you get an idiot to say, well, I mean, you just said it, so there's no need. We know who the idiot is here, so it's fine. Thank you for the heartbeat, though. I do appreciate it. Trouble, welcome in. I miss it in a nostalgia sort of way. I know what you mean. There's some stuff that I miss, too. There's certain aspects of the game that I like. Damn, I tried. My friends always call dibs on the camera and the sound recorder, so I'm stuck doing videos. What's wrong with that? Oh, I like recording videos. Yeah, I mean, you've got Firelight recordable, you've got motion sensor recordable, and then the ghost doing events. You've got all these different things, light switch movement, throwing, that you can knock out video and then worry about staying alive. Could bring in another. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you're 100% right. I could get multiple medias from that. So we'll bring the other book in there because I can do video, audio, and also get a photo of it. I like doing videos, but I haven't had a chance to use the sound recorder as much. Oh, get in there and give it a shot. You should. The only thing that sucks about the sound recorder is that you have to wait around a lot. Yeah. You're such a videographer, Flash. Listen. Listen. It's not like it's my day job or anything, noob. Hi, friend. How are you? My friend I trade off. Yeah. That's the best way to do it, honestly. If you play with a group of like 3 or 4 people, every time you play the next game, you should be doing different media. Because then you get more practice. It makes you better at the game. Repel and 25. Well, I'm not worried about any of that jazz yet. But I am going to bring in another smooge. And what did I say? We have writing and orbs. I've already got the recording of the orbs. Got that in there. Let's grab another smooge. Yeah. Nick, thank you for the follow. As long as you're not placing the camera on a tripod and then effing off to the truck and missing. Oh, yeah. So many video opportunities. You can record a lot from the truck, but you are missing out on a lot of opportunity to enjoy the game if you're just sitting there. Listen, there is zero wrong with being a truck camper. You want to be a truck camper? You be a truck camper. Lighter check. Oh, wait. Where is it? Gotcha, bitch. Sorry. Got a little excited. All right, let's see. I'll light that back up. We've got salt here. Did I put the photo camera by the door? Yes, I did. I still got to find the bone, by the way. You be what you want to be. Okay, now you're selling, lady. Stop it, lady. You're scaring us. Wait. Shut up. All right, do the firelight now. Good chance the bone. Oh, no, don't say that. Oh, that's right. This is Willow. If the bone is in the garage, I'm screwed. Many of people have said they haven't been able to find it. Gonna be lurking and studying for college. Well, I appreciate you, friend. Oh, I could have done this too. Oh, I almost got it. I'm focusing on one media at a time right now. Fire, motion, orbs, mist, salt. All right. Wait here. This ghost seems too cooperative. I think it's going to hunt me soon. Again, I have a feeling this is a Thay. It's being really, really active. Hey, Loretta, my day was good. How was yours? Come on, lady. You're being so antsy in your pantsy, and now you just quit. Holly Stevens. Holly. Thought ghosts are paid actors. They are. You just have to use the right words. Yeah, it's a word thing. Usually if you say pineapple, they cooperate, but Holly, I think, is taking her. I think she's on a fiber right now. Oh, there she goes. Yeah, see, she came back. She's good. She's fine. All right. Now, do you want to go ahead and give me that audio? Thank you. Perfect. All right. Now, Holly, if you wouldn't mind, I'm going to go ahead and bring you the firelight. Do this before you do your next event, okay? I have a smudge, right? Yeah, actually, double smudge. Holly, can you blow the firelight out, please? Thanks. Holly. No, Holly, come back. Holly, come back. Thank you for the rose. Holly. Shamo. Wait a minute. Did I get that other book? Or did I not grab that other book? Stop bugging the ghost. But I want to be friends. Holly. No, Silent. They've been done for like a couple weeks now. Call her like a cat. Psst, psst, psst. Holly. Psst, psst, psst. An event would be fine. Maybe she just didn't like being told what to do. Like, maybe now she'll do the firelight. Station, thank you for the 2 months. Nightmare, welcome in. Oh, no. Oh, yes, I was laughing. Okay, good deal. Got it, got it. I need 2 more photos. What do we have right now? Translucent, we got that. Got this. I'm going to take my 2 smudgies and we're going to go find the bone. She thought the cat jokes were funny. I don't know if she was sold. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. 25 and repel. Roger that. Hey, look. It's a me. She didn't like that very much at all. I thought that she avoided the crucifix. I was like, no effing way, man. What is the point of the haunted mirror? It shows you where the ghost is. My grandma was stuck. I'm gonna go call AAA. Hold on. Help, step ghost. I'm stuck. That's a they, right? Said he was going to help you learn the game and get used to it. Oh, that's nice. I mean, it's not a normal speed. So it's not a mirror. It's not a Revy. That's an age thing. I mean, it's... Oh, I'm going to get her to hunt me again. I'll get her. Shut up. Hey, Alex, how are you? We'll get her to hunt us one more time. No, you guys want Chinggis. Don't lie. Actually, leave that open. That's fine in here. You don't have to. That's why I like to be everywhere. So that way you can choose where you want to be. I feel like you were in the room for a long time. That's what I thought too. Like, was I not aging her because she was stuck in the wall? So you notice she's not speeding up. So Phase cannot speed up with line of sight, and that is why this ghost is the same speed the entire time. No line of sight speed ups. Nope. Negative. That's everything. That's photos. That's videos. That's audios. That's a they. That's a bone. That's me getting the hell out of here. Grandma's on a mission. She's finally unstuck. She can finally give someone a hug. Where's the emote? The emote. Wait, what? Graham! Thank you for the 28 months, Graham. Hi, friend. Maybe she forgot her glasses. Oh, that's how she got stuck in the wall. All right, that's everything. Get me the hell out of here. Now she can go return to Gaga. This is right. This is very true. So she's giving me some butterscotch candies. Some hard candies. We were suspicious of a Thay because it was really active. It was extremely active the second we walked in the door. So we thought so. We aged it 6 times. So we could have aged it even more, to be honest. She ran to the drywall. The drywall, there was a block wall. There was no drywall there. What do you mean? All right. Give me a second. I'm gonna pull up the wheel so we can do a challenge or two. I say a challenge or two. Really, it's just however many we can fit into the stream. Yeah. Love the vids. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Choose to blow dryer on it. I don't know what that means. All right. Let me look at something real fast. Okay. So as of right now, I had a wheel that had just a couple of things on it. I want to add more. I have chat as ears, no doors, locked in, random, backwards only. Yeah, I want to add more. All random tier? Oh God, I don't remember what website I used for that last time. I really don't remember. Speedrun, no defenses. Yeah, the tier, we could do like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 stuff. Or like, instead of random, it could just be random tier. But I don't know if that's really a challenge. Yeah, I don't remember what it was, Mayor. I know that I saved it at some point, but I can't remember exactly what it was. Pam plays. Find the bone no matter what. Oh, no, that's not really that. Again, that's like, that would be just such a small part of that entire run, you know? Gotta head out to make dinner, Bella. I hope you have the bestest dinner. Yeah, we want it to be something that I can just incorporate really fast. Starter item only? I could. I don't even remember the last time. Well, technically, I guess the last time I did starter item only, every time I prestige, I do starter item only. You know? You're an iPad kid? Yeah, we can tell. Locked in. You can't leave the house once you're in. Yep, I got that on there. Oh, you sent it to me. Thank you, Mayor. Let's do Random tier items. How about that? Sometimes I feel like a starter item. Open mic? Again, like does that seem like a challenge? Really, I would just shut up. Why don't they? How about this? I'll spin it as is. I'll spin it as is, and then we'll just come back. We'll come back and we'll add more as we want to, you know? So for now we can just do this. Slowest speed for a round? Woof. Woof. That's why, honestly, I don't do a lot of APOC 3 because, yeah. One item only. Oh, like literally a single item. You can set it to where blurps come through your mic. I don't know if I've tried that. I want to at some point though, where alerts set it off. But I want you to imagine what that would be like. It would literally be the entire time. Just as I just have to pretend like the ghost knows where I am at all times. Yeah. First things you pick up is your equipment for the entire game. Oh, the stuff you pick up, you can't put down. Does Dixper still exist? It does. Yeah, it certainly does. All right, let's spin this and then we'll continue talking about it. So we have chat is ears, where obviously you guys hear and I can't. Random tier items. So we have a website we can use to randomize what tier I have to use for every item. No doors. I can't touch doors. Locked in means once I walk into the map, I can't leave until I'm done. Random means random map and random settings, and then backwards only. Well, that's pretty obvious. So let's start. Locked in it is. Locked in. All right. Nice and easy start. Let me save this wheel and then we'll add to it as we need to. Kicking it off strong. Yeah, now the next question is where I go to for this. Do I do a random map or do we choose? I don't know. Do it on Grafton? Grayson. Who the hell's Grayson? Random? I would be okay with random and letting the fates decide for us. Ghosty, think of it the 11 months. I would be okay with that. Yeah. I think it's fair. Do the wheel for the map? I could, but this is basically the same thing. If I wanted to, I could use Kill's Mr. Killo 7's extension where I can choose if large maps are included or not. But I figure we'll just let it decide with every map and let RNG decide. Yeah. Hi, Pred. There's someone behind you. I know. Like I said, Aegis and Pred are the reason that is there, or that she is there, because they helped me get the image of her. Hi, Pred. How are you? Oh, Eagle. Thank you for the follow, man. Appreciate it. Should I keep it on Nightmare? That's the next question. I mean, it is kind of my favorite game mode. Kills Wheel of Fate. Yeah. Yeah. I'm okay with that. Makes it a little bit harder. For sure. All right. We are going to do a locked in challenge where I cannot leave a map until I am completely done and I've locked in my ghost. So we're going to let it be a random map. So that way there's no kind of controversy over me choosing a small map. If it gives me a small map, there's no fuss. You guys can't say a word about it. If it gives me a large map, I can yell at you guys all day. I think that sounds fair. Sounds good to me. All right. Where are we going? You know, Maple's middle of the ground. Maple is like middle of the road. I'm okay with it. That's fine. Kills Wheel of High School APOC 3. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was getting that the whole time, wasn't I? It doesn't look like super contrasty out there, right? No journal? I'd be screwed. I'd be so screwed. All right. Give me a second, then I'm ready. Oh boy, this is going to be a good one. I mean, at least, I was gonna say it could be closer, but the truck, it could be further away. So it's not the end of the world. It's not that bad. Blood Moon, I don't know. No, I didn't think so. All right, well, that means I need to start trucking all of my stuff that I want to bring to the gate. So let's go. This is going to take a little bit of time. Maybe we'll fast forward this part. But yeah. Any orbs by chance? That'd have been pretty sick. All right. I don't want to accidentally walk in. I don't want to cheatsy doodle, so we'll leave that we'll leave the gate closed and throw everything there. Where's the fast forward button? It's not here. Bring all these. Let's truck and roll. Right? Why can't I just drive the truck through the logs? Right? Ever had 150% Blood Moon more on zero? Oh, I'm not going to remember that very specific type of game. Possibly. Maybe. Do I need another one? You know what? We're going to bring one on a tripod. I think that sounds smart. What difficulty? I'm doing this on Nightmare. Doing it on Nightmare, but we are doing a locked in run. All right, I'll drop this as close to the gate as I can. And then that stuff there. Once we get in the map, then we can start moving around everything we need to. But for now... But for now, we can just get stuff to the gate. Where is there a stuffed animal? How are you going to save Toe? I'll just throw Toe outside of the gate and then pick him up when we leave. Hi, Mezzo. In reception? Interesting. Okay. In the tent behind the office. Yeah, unfortunately, those stuffed animals sound close no matter where they are. But it definitely interacted with one. That's for sure. Best custom setting for a beginner? Like how beginner are we talking? And what is the custom for? Oh, no, not Toe. No, no, no. It literally interacted with... I opened the gate and shut it. It interacted with something. Yeah, WV, thank you for the Prime. Welcome in. I thought the ghost couldn't do any activity till you open the gate. I did. I opened it and then I shut it. Yeah. Wolfen! Working, playing D&D. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you, sir. Wolfen is one of my morning lurks because when I get to work, he's basically just getting started. So I get to just kind of chill, sit back and watch and hang. Hey, Ton, how are you? For getting XP and money and just getting custom. Well, let me ask you this. How good are you at playing Nightmare? Right now, it's a boring town. We're just getting everything to the door. I'm kind of good. I know the ghost well. Well, my suggestion for you when it comes to customs and you trying to make one that maybe we can get a little bit more money and a little bit more XP, my suggestion to you would be to set the custom where it's testing you and your abilities. So if you're really good at Nightmare, set the custom preset to Nightmare, but then start messing with it to get an even higher preset. Like you could make it heavy rain the whole time and that will give you more money, right? Not boring, very boring. Listen, Mad, you are welcome to change the channel anytime you want. All right, let's bring another one of those. Bring one of those because I'm going to forget it. Bring one of these. But that's, if I were you and you're just now getting into customs, that's what I would do. What I would not do is I would not set the custom as hard as you possibly can, because then you're going to hate it. Yeah, nightmares 4 times. Insanity is insanity 6? Just do no sanity, no evidence. No. That's, everybody thinks that they need to run no sanity, no evidence, no grace period, no blah, no hide, no this, no that, because they see other people doing it. If you want to play that way, you're more than welcome to. Is it going to make you better? I would say there's better ways of getting better than doing that. Because all you're going to do is go in and wait to see if there's a fast ghost. If it's not a fast ghost, then you're going to leave and be like, I don't know, I'm just going to guess. You're not getting any better by playing like that. All right, we'll bring all these in too. Hey, Jamie. Hey, how are you? DJ, it's going to be better for me to explain that kind of stuff when I'm literally doing it, because me explaining it to you right now, I think the odds of it being something that you're going to retain is probably low, because there's no practice. You don't see me actually using it. I do Insanity because Nightmare was becoming easy and I wanted to push my comfort. Yeah, there you go. Or if you like the idea of having 2 evidence, just make your Nightmare custom harder. Yeah. What does the different weather do to the gameplay? Changes the temperature? You can't have like certain candles out in the rain, like heavy rain. Isn't the way to get better literally just playing the game? That is correct. Amen. All right. This is useless because I can't come back to the truck until we're done. But you know what though? Just because life, I could bring another, no, F that. We'll bring another flashlight. All right. That's probably going to be good. And this is actually a good time because ads are coming. Rain makes it harder to hear. Absolutely. All right, I have a mess of stuff over there, but it's okay. Lock him in. I know. Seals, thank you so much for the follow, man. Jamie, thank you for the harmony. All right, I'm going to go ahead and run the ads right now while we finish up. And then once the ads are done, then we will start. I don't want you guys to miss any of it since we just spent this time getting all my crap into the door, into the gate. So I do 3 minutes of ads every hour to prevent pre-rolls from running. So if you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, this way you don't miss anything. By us running the ads, we control them ourselves. If we let them do it, then it's random and we don't have a choice. So I'm not going anywhere without you. I promise. 3 minutes. Are they turned off? Didn't show. Tool, try refreshing. If you refresh your browser, it might come through because they are active. I've been getting alerts. I don't see yours though. All right, ads are playing. Somehow I always join right when the ads are about to play, so I feel like I feel like I still get pre-rolls. I guess, okay, in a manner of speaking, that's true. Yeah, good point. Yeah, I know. I could have played them then, but they didn't come up for me until now. 1 or 2 evidence, get the monkey paw, wish for knowledge, and play with that drawback. Oh, you mean purposefully play with the knowledge effects? Oh, that would suck. Just it being so quiet. Did you let Josie choose your pizza spot today? I'm going to pretend like she did. Yeah, I think that's fine. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We'll just pretend like she did. I think that's fair. What ghostie's behind me? Oh, that's Pam. Yeah, that's Pam. So they had the option, chat had the option of choosing what cardboard cutout I would have in my room. So they chose her. Room tour. I'll take some photos of some of the stuff in my room and put it in the server. Yeah, I can't rip my camera off of where it is and walk you around the room. Can't do that. Her debut? No, she debuted the other day. No. This is stream number 2 for her. Yeah. Anybody curious why we're just sitting here? It's because we're waiting for ads to run. And once they're done, we'll get inside. I guess I could, make use of the time and take all the cameras in, because why the heck? Really, there's no need for more than one except if I lose something. But do that. Yeah, let's go. Does she bite? Only if you No, I'm going to leave it at that. Never mind. All right. I haven't heard the ghosty. The only thing that I've heard from this ghost so far is it messing with a stuffed animal. That's all I've heard. You know what? I'm going to go bring another lighter. That way, if I lose one, I've got a backup in there. Thing, welcome in. 20 seconds and then they're done and then we can go. Another photo cam, another UV. I'm just bringing everything at this point. Now we'll never know. That's right. Most likely going to lose it. I mean, I've got one on me. So as long as I don't try to spam drop all my stuff, I'll be okay. All right. They are done. We are ready. We are back. Benched. All right. I officially have all of the stuff inside, or as close to inside as possible. We have no idea where this ghost is. I have not stepped foot into the map yet. So all of my equipment is there. As you can see, I did a great job at organizing everything. You know, that chaotic organizational approach, I think it's appropriate. You know, I think it makes sense. Just one cruci. Oh, did I not grab the second one? Did I fail already? Wait, just one cruci. Wait, what? You did. Wait, why are people saying just one? There's two. Okay. What the? Man, listen, you're freaking me out. All right. All of my stuff is here. We're ready. As soon as I step in, I can't leave. I'm going to shut one of these doors and I'm going to leave the other one open so I know when it's hunting. If it immediately hunts me, I might cry. Just a pinch. All right. We've got flashlights here for setup, just so that way we can see what's going on. All the video cams. I got a few video cams in there. Yeah. Ashen, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How are you? I need you. I also want you. All right. Stuffed animals. Where are they? Hi, Toe. I know that we have one back here, right? Oh. What? Oh, I have orbs. Nice. Okay. So, is it in that tent? Please. I was going to say, please be inside of that tent. That's useless. All right, let's go. Oh, the power's here. Let's go. There we go. Chris, thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Toe. I got you, homie. I got you, homie. What map is this? This map is Maple Lodge Campsite. Frantically chatting into a spirit box during an event in the ghost face. I think that makes the most sense. There, Toe is safe. Toe is good to go. All right, let's get a book. Put that down for now. I'm going to bring evidence things. We need dots. I need UV. Yeah, let's go. Look at that little dude. I know. We love him. We love him. He's great. It's not a mare. Turn on the light. Hey, what up, Hick? Having a rum. Hey, let's go. Hey, you end the week the way you need to end it. I thought I saw the bone in here. I was like, no shot. No shot. Welcome, Matt Bone. Did you see the bone? Bone of reception? Oh my God. I wasn't looking. Get the hell out of here. Jesus Christ. Man, I really wasn't paying attention at all. I was looking at you guys going forward. I completely missed that. Wow. All right. Bring that. I don't think there's UV. I'm going to bring a crucifix just in case. Missed a whole ass pelvis. Ka-chow. Those hips don't lie. Ole, ole, ole. Pam, you're kind of selling. Can I take a photo of you real fast? Would you mind? Pam? 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 Was this supposed to be a challenge? Now, if it's a Ure, though, great. Mason, hello. All right, do you think... No, I mean, it's not going to be that aggressive. I was going to say, if it's doing Ure things, the only way we're going to be able to tell is if it does like the double touch. That's going to be really the only way that I can think of. Okay. Right when it events, that might give part of it away because then we'll know if it's a Raiju or not. Bring the audio recorder over there. Got lots of stuff. Can it do a double touch on the tent? Yes, it can. Via, welcome in. Bren. Urcham, hello. Yeah, the Uri ability really is tough now. You've got to really be paying attention. But if you're like here, what are you going to pay attention to? Banshee scream, possibly. Maybe. It doesn't feel like it stalked us at any point. But it doesn't mean it's not. Like, I could use the motion sensors that we have. Or I could walk in here like this, and then it'll Banshee scream for me. You won't do it. It's not funny. Ruby, thank you for the 2 months. Imagine if that tent got... Oh, the whole tent just went flying. Ah, that was a little sus. All right. Twas a little bit sus. Maybe, because Banshees, when you're outside of the map, they won't stalk you to the door. Right? I have another video camera here. Salt here. I'll waste one. I'll put one here. For the possibility of knowing, like figuring out that it's a Banshee. I'll take that. All right. And then, oh, the parabolic, I left it over there. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. I can videotape the motion sensor and also the salt if I need to. Didn't you have one stalk you in APOC 3 at Old Bleasdale? I don't remember. It's been a while. Hey, what up, Carter? We have dots and we have orbs. We have Banshee, Yurei, Yokai, Raiju, Thay. Right now what I'm doing is I'm testing to see if this ghost is going to stalk me to the front door. Miss the old Blees? I miss all the old maps. As they get revamped, you miss what was there. Yeah, old Blees, old Grafton. Asylum, that's gone completely, right? I don't know. Could also be a ghost that's being a weenie. And it could be a Banshee that's not trying to stalk me at all. When are they adding the diner? This year. Later this year. We don't know when exactly. We don't have any dates. All right. Maybe I just get back over there and just start getting more stuff. That might be the plan. I'm super excited for the diner as well. I think the diner is going to be sick. Try asking the Pam cutout behind you what her twin sister is. Maybe the cutout knows the answer. What do I have over there? Do I have a photo camera over there? Ole, ole, ole. Busy with school, sick. Oh, I hope you feel better. I'm sorry. Didn't even see her yet. I do have a freaking photo camera right there. Pam Jam, they want to see you. Pam. Present thyself, Pamela. Cursed? I don't know. I have no clue. Not the music box. Beetlejuice. What a great name. Welcome in. Oh, that was weird. Oh, that was weird. What just happened? Was that a... Did you just single frame event me? Pam Jam. Pam. Oh, you suck. Been getting a lot of one frames. I've been getting them randomly. Okay. We know you're here, which is great. That's awesome for you. Give me one more sound so I can stop worrying about audio. Come on. 2 to take. She was to play catch. She was barely moved it. Here, you want to play catch? Here. There you go. Pamela. What you do? Is that over there? Interesting. Interesting. Getting dots is going to be tough. Give me this. Let's try like this. Maybe I'll get lucky and get dots that way. Oh, the door moved. I could have gotten that. Son of a bitch. Object thrown. Nice. Walk out here. Do it again. Do to take. I just... There we go. Holy shit. Yeah, F those shoes, lady. She's teasing. She is teasing. It's not like I can go to the... Oh, you suck. Did you see her disappear? What absolute a-hole. I need one more video. Wait. She hates the door. I think she does. Hello? Oh, now, okay. Now you're just showing off. Blow it out. Happy birthday to... Happy birthday, dear... Oh, Jesus. Pamela. Now you do it. What an a-hole. All right, so now I just need photos. And you fart on me, you sick bastard. All right, I could get the EMF detector. We could get that. Loud heartbeat. That didn't seem that loud, did it? Hey, Alley Cat, how are you? That didn't seem that loud to me. All our objectives. So really, I'm not going to take that just yet. Just airing her grievances? Is that what we call it now? Hey, what up, Landon? I have no idea what the cursed is. No, I got to go look for it. Good thing I waited. EMF, bone, translucent. Ooh, dots ghost. Come on. We can get that right. I believe in us. Oh, shit. One more photo, dots ghost. One more photo, dots ghost. Oh, no, no, go back that way, asshole. Yes. Now come back to me in dot form. In dot form. Come on, Pam, just do it. Then the media will be done. It'll be a hip hip hooray. Where's my other crucifix? Isn't it over here? Yeah. That's cool and all, but I can't take a picture of that. Doc form? Yeah, I mean, if she wants to become Doc, I would also take a photo of that. Okay. Just do the clearest dots you've ever done in your life. Right here. Well, in your death. You know what I mean. I could go find the curse. This is true. Wow. What an asshole. Damn. Jade, thank you for the 34 months. Hello, friendo. How are you? That doesn't sound that far from me. Oh, no. It started hunting before I could open the door. Even if you get the key, the doors stay locked when it's hunting, so I can't open it right now. Maybe in a... Oh, we're okay. I'll just hide right here. We're okay. She's shutting the door. And she hunted away from the crucifix, or she ate it really fast and I wasn't paying attention. Forget locked in, you're now locked out. Oh, I'm locked out of there. Yeah. Okay. Just checking on cursed possessions, and looky, we got hooky. Found it. So really, I don't need that anymore. She's hungry. Yeah. I heard it. For like a second. Kaylee, thank you for the 9 months. Welcome back. Didn't know there was hiding there. It's kind of natural hiding because it can't be blocked. Okay, it's done. Doing that so I know it's hunting, but we're obviously not going to leave. All right, smudge, smudge, smudge. What I really need is I need that parabolic back. Okay, I have green hiding. Sounds pretty normal, right? Hey, what up, Happy? When it's done hunting, I can go get the parabolic. Okay. Why does that say last day September? Okay, so that didn't update as well. September benefits have technically already begun, but we're not starting our September until the Monday. Just FYI for anybody that's curious. Bitch. I'd say probably not a banshee, right? Because this thing hasn't stalked me a single time. Oh, thank you, Mayor. I'd say Yurei or yokai. I can't really do a yokai test right now. Okay. Turn that on. Turn that on. Time to scream. No, there's no need to scream. No need for all that. Adela, thank you for the gifts, friend. Now we wait. Can't get it. Oh, now you eat. Give me that. Bravo 6 going dark. Get the hell out of here. Although it might be in my best interest to do one of these. That way I know if it's coming. You took away her dinner? She's already eaten. She's fine. She doesn't need more food. It's just too far away. Come on, lady. Get close enough. My electronics aren't even going off, dude. She might have heard, I mean, she might have sensed it that time. I don't know why I'm not getting any. Disturbance? F it. We're going in there. We're going in. You bitch. It's a ghost event. What do you want? Get out of here. We wish you luck. Thanks. Adela, thank you so much. Thank you for the night star, friend. Oh my god. Looking for her midnight snack? It's not me. I'm the one-armed man. I just saw her in dot form. Oh. Oh, the part that sucks is it's raining. Oh, there she is. We saw her spawn in. Look at her. Do you see what I mean? Like, I'm not getting any disturbance. Now, what I'm wondering if that's because I'm not on the same floor. That's my curiosity right now. Go in the tent and try. I was actually going to do it right here. How are the games going? They're good. That seemed like she came directly to me. That doesn't, though. Look at this. Dude, she was there. There's no way. You're telling me this is a yokai? Yeah, what we just saw was beyond yokai behavior. I just want to verify it, man. Drops still going? No, they stopped. Nah, drops ended. Yeah, whenever you see, if you're seeing it on your main menu, you need to make sure to check the dates. Ghost Girl, thank you for the follow. That motion sensor hasn't gone off either. Oh, she's messing with the green tent over there. Never seen a ghost that doesn't want to deal with you. She's just sick of my shit. Bitch. God, we're fine. It's fine. She wants me out. It's called locked in, not stay out. Let's give me a hug. Oh, that's so sweet. Hey, what up, Zed? I need tips for a cold. I'm not a doctor. Yeah. Can I peek out of the tent? Can I peek? We're going yokai. The fact that it's ignoring me like this, behind you, that's yokai behavior if I've ever seen it. Okay, yokai, we have all of that. I got the bone. Look at that, man. That's curtains. That's curtains. And you know what? We got you, Toe. Hey, Savage, it's going well. How are you? Yeah, I was super sus of a Yurei, but unfortunately, when you're at a campsite like this, what are you going to have a Yurei do besides aggressive? Like, even aggressively slamming a tent doesn't do anything because normal ghosts can slam doors harder. Yeah. So, oh, sorry. There we go. But yeah, that's it. Locked in. I can't change my mind. We're leaving. Get me out of here. That should be a yokai. Yeah. Got the badge a day before it ended. There you go. It's always a good idea to pay attention to their socials, especially because they will announce all that stuff. Yokai. That thing couldn't hear us for squat. Whenever I saw her walking in front of us, in between us and the totem pole, that distance right there, a normal ghost should have heard, sensed the electronics or heard me. And she ignored us and walked off. So, absolutely was a yokai. Perfection. Locked in. Done. Off into the cove. Oh, I'm so sorry, friend. It's still going around, man. I heard it's going around even more now. Thanks for the follows, guys. But yeah, I hope you feel better. All right. Let me get the wheel back up. If normal ghosts can slam harder, does that mean that a soft slam is unique? No, it's just the Yurei touch in itself is pretty unique. But now we know 100% certain, as in came from the developer themselves, that if a ghost touches a door and does not fully open, fully shut, it just opens it part of the way, like in the middle, you know it's not a Yurei. How do you get that badge? Yeah, you have to be a kinetic partner to get that badge. Yeah, Huckleberry. Stream's going well, friend. How are you? 'Tis going well. Is the ghost behind you in your cam a mannequin? Oh, is that a mannequin? No, it's a cardboard cutout. It's not a mannequin. Oh my God, her in mannequin form? Oh, hell no. No. Oh, hell no. All right, if I get it again, I mean, I could just remove it, I guess, so we don't get it twice. Where did I get it? I custom ordered her. Yeah, chat, one of my goals was that chat got to choose my cardboard cutout. And of course they didn't choose one that's already made. They chose her, where there is no full form photo of her anywhere and high def. So I had some friends help me out, Aegis and Pred, to give me an image. Yeah. Yeah. Good times. Mannequin form you could pen. Okay, Pipsqueak, I don't need to hear about your kinks, okay? Kelsey, thank you for the follow. All right, what is next? Old random. I have not done a random in quite a while. Sounds good to me. All right. So the only thing with random is that I'm going to randomize these settings. You guys, I just need to know that there is one piece of evidence. Yeah. How can you be a partner with Kinetic? If you go to the Kinetic server, the Discord, there is a channel where you can go to apply. Yeah. My college buddies had a house mannequin. They would move around when drunk. That never fun to see in a new spot. What an awful idea. Oh my God. That'd be terrifying. All right. All I need to know on this screen, you see where it says one evidence? I just need to know that that is at least one. I don't need to know how many. I don't need to know if it's 1, 2, or 3. We just need to know that there's one. So that way I know I'm looking for something, you know? It's not a matter of how many hours you have in the game. You don't become a Kinetic partner based on how many hours you've played. I know people that have played for 7,000, 8,000 hours and they're not a Kinetic partner. That's not the basis of what they look for when people join. It says all of it in the channel. Yep. Your brother's military retirement, 21 years. Damn. Damn, that's many a year. Meow, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, you're welcome. Kinetic partner, it's based your content. So if you make content, that's step one. But then it's also based on viewership, whether you do it here or the red on the red app. They tell you what they're looking for. So you have something to shoot for. You have an old doll in your room? Frickin' Dux has an old doll, like an old clown doll. Nope. No thanks. All right, again, I'm going to cover my eyes. I just need to know that there's one. That's all I need to know. Aiden, welcome in. You have to be a streamer? No, you don't have to be a streamer. You could just make videos and not stream and be a Kinetic partner. There are Kinetic partners that just make YouTube videos and they don't stream. Yeah, but they have requirements for your videos. Your videos have to average a certain amount of views. You have a Furby. I do have a Furby. Okay, that's different though. That's nostalgic. I don't have some creepy clown doll on the back of my shelf. Okay? I have a Furby next to an unopened can of an unopened can of Splurge. Oh yeah, what of Surge? I almost call it Splurge. Different. Very different. Furby's creepier. Whatever, man. Unopened can of whoop ass? No, even better. Surge. All right. Random time. Again, I just need to know that there's just one evidence. Basically, I'm going to ask you, is there one evidence? Is there at least one evidence? Yes. I'm going to look for a multiplier that's at least 4, if not higher. Okay. If it's on 0, there's a possibility it's on friendly. Okay. 537. Yay or nay? I just need yay or nay. Yes. Okay. I'm not looking anymore. I'm not even going to look. All right. So then we have random settings. I have no idea what they are. I just know that they're at least 5 times. And then we have a random map, whatever that may be. Okay. This will be our random. I have no idea what the settings are going to be. We have no idea what the map is going to be. We are just going to let RNG be our friend on this one. So. Oh, Willow Street. Oh, Willow. I'm so happy to see you. Oh, thank God it's Willow Street. Oh. I feel faster. I can't sprint though. I feel like I'm like 125. I don't think it's 150. It's hard to say. I don't have, it feels like nightmare. I don't have activity. I don't have sanity monitor. Do I know where the power is? Nope, no idea. Okay, 3 unique videos, crucifix, and get a photo of the ghost. Sandra Thompson. Okay. Well, I could try and see what my sanity is like. Well, I could take one of those, so that's not good. I also have no idea if it's actually giving me sanity back or if it's a dud. No clue. Oh, that's great. Well, this is where glow sticks would have been handy. Yeah, mistakes were made. I have no light, which means that this also does not work. Oh, well. I handicapped myself. It's my fault. I did it to myself. I don't have flashlights. See? Gosh darn it. All right, let me try to take another one of these. I cannot. Ooh, maybe it started me at 75 and then that was a full replenish. Maybe. Forgot to pay the power bill? Correct. I do have lanterns though. Right. That is absolutely true. So we can take at least one of them with us. We'll do video camera. I'm going to do this. We'll bring that inside and then I'll get the lanterns lit and all that stuff. No sprint. Good times. Good luck, SpongeBob. Thank you. Yeah, night vision on the cams absolutely work. All right. No cards. We do have a hiding spot right here. Oh, shite. It's a broken breaker. Monkey paw. Gosh dang it. It just pooped in the sink. Goes to the 1000% speed? I hope not. Did you drop a deuce in here? The toilet's right there, home dog. Oh, might as well check it while we're here. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's a child. Oh, man. Well, I'm leaving. Sorry, guys. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hyper, I don't want to give her a hug. I don't want to do it. They're short and they're mean and they're ugly. Attitude, thank you, friend. I think I just heard the firelight get blown out. Did I hear that correctly? I did. There's no more light there. Man. All right, well, we'll keep bringing more firelights in. But let us not forget that it was a singing event. That is information that is useful. And also, it did not disappear when I took a video of it, so we know it's not a phantom. She just wants to eat your face. Thank you, Savage. Thank you. I'm so excited for her. Country Girl, welcome in. Hello. Leanie, Country Girl, Legacy, thank you for the follows. All right. Stop taking a poop. What? We'll try here. Move that back a touch. Put that there. Kind of challenge. We are currently doing a random. So with a random, it is random map and random settings. Completely random. It's not like I pick between amateur and APOC 3. I literally click the randomize button. So I don't know. The only thing that I know is that I am going to get at least one piece of evidence. That is the only information that I have. That's it. I have to go into the map and figure out the rest. Oh, wait, what? No, record. I clicked the night vision. All right, so she's blowing out firelights left and right. I also don't know what my sanity drain is. That's a little bit risky for the biscuit. We should take one of these in there. If my sanity drain is high, I could be screwed. Thank you, Hyper. Maybe the last ghost hunter you ate gave her a... Oh, the last one she ate gave her an upset tummy. Maybe. We can hope, right? Hey, give it back. What? Stop going through the wall. EMF 5. Never mind. I was going to set it up to put a little camera on there, but never mind. Can't make it to the toilet in time to poop it in the sink. That's right. That might be the only evidence I get. I don't know. I could try for more. It is 5. The multiplier was like 5 or something, so I might have more. Maybe. Okay. Hasn't thrown the book or anything yet? I don't think so. Let's bring another book in there. Bring a book. Oh, I didn't put the spirit box down. Butter and biscuits. We're fine. Choreo vibes? I don't know. I don't know. Hey, what up, SP? Welcome in. Billy, hello. I didn't see you there. Oh, wait. Or did you throw the book? You did. Ah, you're not going to give me writing. Okay. That's good to know. Information. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Where are you? Did you flush? Don't mind it. I'll do it myself. Where are you? Are you here? What about the temps? Jesus, that scared me. Not that cold. 8 degrees? Would you stop it? What even, Onryo? Why do you keep blowing that out? Thank you, Rafa. Thank you. Gotta unclog the sink. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. Hey, what up, Kojin? How do you get more? Well, they're not available, so you can't. Yeah. Gustad, welcome in. I saw that. Oh, you can't be a Ure anyway. As I say, that completely takes the Ure out of contention. Oh, we'll bring this. We'll bring this. I can't check for UV, which that's stinky. That was my bad. Totally forgot about the fact that if my flashlights don't work, then the tier 1 and tier 3 UVs are screwed. Yeah, you'll know when there's more. You'll either hear it from me or you'll hear it from the Kinetic socials directly. It is blowing out. You know what I could do? Wait a minute. You can't even be in Onryo. Never mind. I'll shut up. Hey, Helene, hello. Muffin Man, what up? Joining late. Did you get temps? It's not very cold. It's like 8 degrees. Well, you're not a wraith. Mark it off. Oh, if it's a Jinn, I'm so screwed. If it's a Jinn, I'm so effed. There's no way to test for that. Your guts mimic. I have EMF 5. It can't be. Nope. Can't be. You've gotten a Jinn before on APOC 3. That doesn't mean I want to have another one. Madison, thank you for the follow. My first thought was check UV after you explained 3 times that you couldn't. I would love to check for UV. That would be a great, amazing, wonderful thing, but I can't. I'm not going to worry about audio right now. I'm going to bring in another light. So these ghosties, I can't check. I mean, Obake, we can watch it hunt or try to watch it hunt. Goryo, I'm going to see dots and I'll see it from the... I'll only be able to see it through the camera, but I don't know. This thing feels like it's roaming out of its room a lot. It's too late. You don't want to roll out every single ability to make sure that it's not another ghost against you. Oh my. I do not have UV. No, because I'm not using a glow stick. But I might only get 1 evidence from this anyway. I don't know. Wait, is Raiju an option? I also feel like my heartbeat was not very bass boosty whenever I had that event. But it might not have been able to see me perfectly either. I'll come back for you, I promise. Join FD. Like, it's like an Onryo in disguise, dude. Okay, there we go. I can finally see my breath in here. Maybe the activity's set to high. Maybe that's why it's so eventy and so everything. Freezing? Not yet, anyway. Hey, Diggs. What up, Omi? Yeah, Onryo is not a part of the ghost that we have. L game? You're literally watching it right now. What does that say about you? Just sitting at home, staring at the TV. Oh, I fucking hate this movie. Oh, I'm gonna watch it, though. Should be Goryo? Maybe. I figured the dots would have shown up by now. Be an Oni? It doesn't feel like it's eventing enough to be an Oni. Rage watch? Sounds like a fun time for everybody. Given Rev? Well, we also don't know what the speed of the ghost is either. Now, I could make it hunt just so we could hear it. Tuned in as you pass the bone. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was going to go over here and get the bone, and then Ghosties decided to show up. I mean, I do have hiding in here, you know? I have hiding right here. Right here. We hope the speed's 100. We certainly do. There's no guarantees of that at all. W game? Yeah. L chatter. Oh, the other one's over there. I was like, where the hell's my other firelight? Does lantern keep the ghost? It's not electronic, so the ghost can't detect you if you're holding a lantern. That was the same guy. Oh, I know. That's why I said L chatter. Yeah. Yeah, because literally their message, that was the first chat they ever said here. All right, let me do this. I'm going to get rid of the crucifixes. We're going to bring them over here. We're going to make the ghost hunt. It can't detect UV tier. No, tier 2. Tier 2 is the glow stick, so that's the one that it can't detect. Over there. Give me you. Can eat your slice? Ooh. Where's it from? I'll leave that here. Put that in my pocket. Grab that. I might have more curse, but all I've seen is the monkey ball. Glow stick is tier 1. No, glow stick is tier 2. It used to be tier 1. And then when people started using it more and they saw that it was more useful, they put it to tier 2. It doesn't make sense because it's a non-electronic item. But, I mean, it is what it is. It's fine. Yeah, there we go. Nice little setup going here. Yeah. So now what I can do is trap the ghost. The problem is I'm not going to be able to see that well going that way. I wish to trap the ghost. All right. So 60 seconds and then the ghost is going to hunt. I have one smudge. Did I not grab a second? Oh, well. I have hiding. We'll be fine. Cozy lighting? Yeah, look. Nice little setup here. I think it's adorbs. A glow stick that bright's more impressive than a little UV light. It is. It is. I just don't think that they found a way to make it more useful. Famous last words. Listen, guys. It's fine. Okay. Little candlelit TV night. Yep. These are our ghosties. We can only hope that this ghost is 100% speed. Because we have no idea. Madison, welcome in. Netflix chill with the ghost? I'm down. Oh, that was a short hunt. Damn. Thank you. Preserving water. I have no idea how fast that was. Hey, asshole. Get out of here. Back off. Little a-hole. I wish for fog. Too loud for a myling? It's not changing speed near electronics. Is it? There's no way. Wow, these hunts are short AF. Okay. I'm gonna go get more smudges. I think what I might need to do is bring it into the living room so I can see it. Possible Oni. I'm not sure if it is or not. Check the blinks. Yeah, I think that's gonna be the move here. I did throwing but not stepping. I heard it stepping, it was muffled. I think it's because it was in the basement. Now it's going to really suck if it starts blowing those firelights out in the middle of the hunt. Is there a way to make the ghost hunt for longer? Yeah, let it kill one of your teammates. If you have kills extend hunts. Spitfire, Squid, welcome in. Oh, not an Oni. Spicy. It goes for it on us. It's not an Oni. Ghosty. Ghosty. Did you still only have EMF 5? Yeah, I never got anything else. Ghosty. Yeah, we saw that. Yeah, we saw that. Twins. Nailed it. You little butthole. Wait, what is the evidence for twins? EMF spirit box freezing. Is it freezing now? No. It either is not going to give it to me or it's just being a pain in the ass. Speed almost 150. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure, but it was definitely fast for whatever it was. All right, now the question is, do I try to make anything of it, or do we call that a win? I could try to get the evidence at least. I mean, try to get the objectives. I think we do that. So prevent a hunt with a crucifix and capture 3 unique videos. Let's do that. Drop that here. This over here. Grab this because it's about to eat the crucifix. Hopefully I'm not about to die. You said twins? Wait, what? Did I say? No, it's an Obake. Oh, if I said twins, my bad. Confused, but oh yeah, that's 100% possible. I'm sorry. I'm a little confuzzled. Oh, I see what you mean. I know what you mean. Son of a bitch. No. Got it. I could have gotten the ghost fart. God damn it. Oh, I got on there. Go. Go. Run. Get out. Go. Oh, yeah, that's what. Yeah, no, I said, I'm sorry. I said twins because somebody in chat, as soon as we saw the ghost shapeshift, somebody said it's twins. That's why I said it. I'm sorry. All right. I got it. We got it. We got it. We're not worried about a perfect game. We're just worried about getting the ghosty and getting the objectives. We got it. We got it. You're being cheeky. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the confusion. Frozen, thank you so much. That is an bake a cake. It certainly is. The best part about that is that it was an EMF 5. So it was a guarantee that it was an Obake and it was not going to be like a mimic.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Nice. Very nice. Now the question is, what are the settings? What are the settings? 2,300 bucks we got from that. Let's see. Don't worry about this. That means nothing. Ads are about to play, by the way. Once ads play, I'm not going to go anywhere. We're literally going to sit here and wait. But they are coming. They are coming. So here's the player settings. There was the ghost settings. And there was the contract. We go back and look. My sanity drain speed was 200%. Good thing I thought about that. Player speed was 125. I thought so. And also starting sanity was 75. So we got that right too. No sprint. Sanity pill restoration was 30. Yep. Ghost speed was 150. Medium roam. Medium change favorite room. Activity level medium. Man, it felt, event frequency was high. It felt like the activity was high. 0-second grace period, so we could have hunted right on top of us. Awesome. Medium hunt duration, which felt super short. Two evidence. So if I go back here and I look at the Obake, probably was missing ultraviolet, which was my bad for a challenge like this, where I should have had ultraviolet. Well, I should have had a glow stick. We would have seen ultraviolet. Yeah. Good times. Good times. Fingerprint duration, that's fine. Sunrise, door starting open. Yeah. Curse possession, just one. So we only had the monkey paw and that was it. Awesome. Nailed it though. All right. Ads are playing, friends. Ads are playing. What mic do I use? This is a Shure SM7B. Obake is forced UV. Yep. That is correct. So if I would have had, let me put it down like this. If I would have had EMF 5 and UV, this is what we would have had. I could have crossed off Goryo because we don't have dots, but that means it would have been Jin, Obake, or Myling. Myling, I probably could have crossed off based on sound. So then we're between these two, which means I have to watch it hunt long enough to see it shapeshift or not because the power was broken. I would not have gotten a Jin sprint. Never know what you're going to get. That's right. Queen, thank you so much for the follow. Adela, thank you so much. Oh my God. No ads for you. Heck yeah. Yeah, thank you, Jay. Jay Thick. What up, homie? Okay. Everything's looking good. Curious for 150 Ghost. How do you rule out fast ghosts? Do they sound even faster? Yeah, so every ghost, whatever their 100% speed is amped up to 150. Yeah, there's a website actually that's really great for this. It's the unofficial cheat sheet. That's awesome. If you do !cheat sheet on the purple side, it'll give you the link to it. It's wonderful. Yeah, you can check out the speed of all the ghosts on different floors. You can see, you can hear what the different speeds are. You can tap for the speed, all kinds of cool stuff. Majestic, welcome in. What if they could ever do a setting to put two different ghosts in a large map? It would be really cool just to experience it. Yeah. Is it something I think would be great to have all the time? No. Would I like to see what larger lobbies would be like with like 6 players instead of 4? Yes. Frost, hello. Sinuses are killing me. That's why I'm kind of, oh no, you're okay. No, Teeny, I'm sorry. Everybody, my sinuses have been going absolutely crazy too. The change of season has really effed me up. All right, 20 more seconds and then we will do our next one. Maybe I just do chat his ears on the next one. Not even spin it, just go for it. Just got over a horrible sinus infection. Damn. It'd be cool to have the players as a ghost. I don't think so. That I would not like. Players as the ghost, I mean, how would you find out what the ghost is based on, like, did you just get the evidence? Because you can no longer base it off of the activity of the ghost because the player could choose to do nothing, right? But Flash, what if we don't have ears? Well, then it sucks. I'm very trustworthy. Yeah, sure. Whatever you say. I think we should pick the map for this one. I'm not going to random this one, but we will do chat as ears. Let me do this so that way people on the other side can see what's going on. Let me do that. There we go. Phasmo Among Us. If players were ghosts is wild. Oh man, that would actually be kind of cool. Yeah, Whispering Shadow. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, man. But there we go. Chat his ears. That'll be the next one. We just have to decide where. Ah. About as trustworthy as a Taco Bell. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Let's do this one at Ridgeview. Ridgeview. No, I like it. We'll do Ridgeview. Chat his ears. It's sunny. Oh my God. CJ said they tried it, but it's really challenging to do with Unity. Oh, what? Have ghosts on the ceiling? Yeah, the only time we've ever seen that. Grafton? Oh, you know what? We could do that at Grafton. Would you guys rather have this at Grafton? There's a lot of noises at Grafton. Yeah, we should do that. There's a lot of sounds to be had here. Yeah. Yeah, let's do it. All right. We are going to do chat as ears, and we are going to do this at Grafton. Grafton has a lot of added sounds. So it's going to be interesting to see who is giving me good information and who is giving me just information that might be useful, might not be. But we'll do this on professional. I will take my headphones off. I will not be able to hear. You guys are going to be all of my information. You guys are going to have to let me know what you hear. And I only need to know when the ghost is making sound. Not me. Hopefully not ambient noise. I hear Flash. All right, we're off to a great start. Great start. Helping who? That's right. All right, let's go. The ears are not real. They are fake. They're a prosthetic. They're not real. Don't worry about it. Radio Man is talking. I know the Radio Man is talking. Ew, ears. Come on. Not that bad. You hear rain. I thought I heard that before I took my my headphones off. Yeah. Power up the other senses? Oh man, I'm screwed. Okay, well, we have Katiana Halstead. We need to witness a ghost event, capture a photo of the EMF, and capture a photo of the ghost. The AI is getting so good, man. Look, the ears almost look real. They almost look real. If this would have been a blood moon and this was chatty, I would have put my headphones back on. Do you hear me? That's what we would have done. All right, in we go. Wait, since I can't hear it, but you guys can. There's a ghost chicken in there. There's a ghost chicken in there. Cows. All right. Well, some of you have to go back to school. Okie dokie. Onward. Chicken confirmed. Roger that. You hear glass shards. Okay. Power's on. Where are we starting? Yeah, Francis, I am. Rain is not going to make this any easier. That's very true. You hear a doll. Okay, can we try not to lie, please? I hear door. I hear you breathing. Ghost humming the Macarena. Hope, where's it doing it? Dude, a mannequin showing up right now would actually be kind of terrifying because I can't hear it. All right. Oh. We have breath. Oh. All right, found it. But first, we save Squeakers. Fly, Squeakers, fly! EMF 5? Wait, what? Bone? No, it's EMF 3. Look at this. Oh my god. What? How do I pronounce that? J? Is it Austin? Is it J Austin? Jostin? Johnson, I love watching you play. I appreciate you. The door's just happy to see me. Okay. Imagine having a door in your spine. Touche. All right, let's get that. Sanity-wise, 89, we're rocking. Is that a spine on the floor, or is the door just happy to see you? Yes. All of it. All of it. April, welcome in. Funky, hello. Yes, we are doing chat as ears. That means I can't hear the game, but chat can. So any information is coming from you guys. Jossotin? Jossotin? Jossotin. Can I call you Jaw? It's Justin in Japanese. Oh, God. Don't do that to me. Oh, did Break make a noise? Break, that's mean. I can't hear it. You guys can. That's mean. You guys were saying break, break. I'm like, what? The mannequin blurb got you all? Yeah. You notice how I didn't say anything because I can't hear it? She's just making sure all of you guys are awake. Oh, it's so close. I have hiding in here, by the way. Ah, okay. I'm actually going to turn those lights off. Yeah, let's do that. Brake check. EMF. I don't think it was EMF 5, though. I didn't see it on the floor. You hear the dots? Oh, what do they sound like? Do tell. Please describe it. Describe it. Nothing thrown yet. Yeah, it's doing little stuff here and there, but nothing too big. Buzz burzb. That's what it sounds like? You smell Squeakers? Squeakers is in the dining room. We saved Squeakers. We threw them through the floor. They sound green. Give me this guy, that guy, that guy. 83%. Still no EMF 5ers. Okay. Onward. You can barely see the moon, but it's there. Sounds like an oscillating buzz. Buzz, buzz. It's hunting now? Oh, okay. I'm magic. I can just go through the door. I hear Kronk trying to talk squirrel to me by saying Squeakers a lot. Hey. Wait, you talking about me? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? What'd it say? Give me the scoop. What'd it say? Slips away? Oh, okay. Where are you?
Slipped away.
Are you angry? Are you angry? Are you angry? Are you angry? Is it angry? Footsie Doodles! Phantom Polty Mimic. Oh, snap. Ooh, I could do a video. If it hasn't thrown... It's a Polty. Oh, you hooker. It was not a hunt. The lights do not explode in the middle of a hunt like that. I hear breaking lights. Oh yeah, well I see boner. I'm picking it up. Give me the other hat. I want the other hat. Give it to me. Yeah, it's mine. Give. 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 I'm trying to collect as much crap as I can. That way, if it does polty things, we'll see it. But what if they did explode during hunts? That would suck. You're in the middle of a hunt and all of a sudden the lights all explode? You realize how much that would suck? Hope it throws the pile at you. I have yet to actually have that happen. Like the pile to be lifted and thrown at me. I have yet to see that happen. You know how some people can't recognize Superman when Clark is wearing glasses? Popped in, saw Flash without headphones. Got confused where I was. It's not that different. Who's this person that just took over Flash's stream? You shut your lips. All right. It's very different. No, it is not. It's just slightly different. It's a lot of extra skin. All right. Thought his ears would be bigger, honestly. Why would my ears be bigger? Let's go watch from here. Maybe we'll get it if we're away. Maybe it's like shy. Maybe it's camera shy. It doesn't want to do the polty ability like that. Who's this nerd? I don't know. Your head looks narrow without the cans. Tyler, what up, dude? Thank you for the heart, me homie. You expected gauges? You know, I've thought about that. At one point in my life, I thought about having gauges. Yeah. But I didn't. I used to be in a band. I had a lot of friends that had gauges. Yeah. This is Force Flash, his ear doppelganger. That's right. Your wife has them. The baby pulls on him? Oh my God. We got to get a sub goal where you go full makeup goth. Oh my God. Like emo, maybe? Like super emo? Are you talking like back in the day, Hot Topic goth? We need Mrs. Flash to play Phaz. Listen, there's an opportunity for Mrs. Flash to play. It's right there. Super emo. Oh, okay. I could do that. Wear like a hoodie. Get like this. Do the hair scoop all the way across. My hair's not that long, but like have the hair scoop all the way across. Yeah. Hey Francis, welcome in, dude. We have a little polty pile. I would like to see it. Need the guitar as well. I have a red acoustic. Does that count? Thanks for days. Copper, did I see your message? Copper, have a good one, friend, if you still hear me. It's not going to do it. We're staring at the screen because it's a poltergeist and we want to see it do the ability on the items that I put in there, but it's not doing it. It's being very lazy. C West, what up? Okay, it's going to do the polty pile. It's going to do aggressive throws on one object at a time. It's looking for the duck. Oh, I could put squeakers in there for it to play with. Hey, Green. Just got done from a Falling Reverse concert. Oh my God, I haven't heard that name in a long time. It is lazy. Maybe we go back in and give him squeakers. Maybe that's what he's... Oh my Lanta. Maybe he wants squeakers. Yeah, let's do it. I'm going to bring a smudge just in case. And we'll bring crucifix and flashlight. I'm not giving the polty a hug. You damn lost your mind. I'm going to go turn the power back on, though. Does the pile right as I walk in? Yeah, it's waiting for me to leave the truck. I leave the truck in between me going from the truck to the house. It probably did it. Because the ghost is a jerk. Lots of hours of this game. Wasn't scared at all. Now I'm scared down to my bones. Why? I don't know. What changed from when you were playing to now? Gonna buy dinner first? Sure. What does it want? Ghosty, you want me to buy you dinner before you do? Oh, you hooker. Big fat steak? Okay. She is teasing us. I'm now going to go get Squeakers, and she's going to not do anything bad. What about your mom? We're going to talk about your mom? Get out of here. All right, Squeakers, where'd you go? I see you. There's a little bucko. There he is. All right, Ghosty, you better not have messed with the pile. Okay. You're just waiting for your friend, right? There you go. Now he's ready. Bonesaw's ready. The CGI you're using for your ears is amazing. Oh, you weak shit. Put it back. No. Bad, Pulte. Bad. Get more offerings for the pile? Oh, I could. I'm so afraid to walk away and that it's just going to do it when I'm not ready. Some more offerings? No? No? What else stuff over here? Yes? This stuff? Maybe the Pulte wants a beer? I've given it like 7 beers. What do you mean? It has all the beers. Christine, welcome in. Had a Pulte eat Squeakers off the map. I was big sad. Oh no. Legend, welcome in. Withering. Oh wait, Withering. Oh my god. Whispering Shadow. Tier 3. Pardon you. Now it's too drunk. Damn. Ghosty. Hello. We know this is a Pulte because we 100% have all 3 evidence for it to be a Pulte. It's just not doing Pulte things. Does it want to play a game? Oh, like Jigsaw? Want to play a game? Do the lights have to be off for the Pulte bomb? No. Actually, it's the one time where the ghost can throw objects in the light. Because when the Pulte does a Pulte bomb, it doesn't check to see if the lights are on or not. This has happened many a time where I'm sitting here staring at a pile and it just doesn't happen. You weak bitch. Want to play a game? Tyler. He didn't what? Flipped a pillow? Sure. My god. Day thing. Oh, what is with the tier 3 stuff? What is this? First time being oh, this is the first day. Aw. Kind of nervous. It's the ears. Oh, the ghost doesn't want to see the ears? Well, why not? Where's Rachel? Ghost. I'm going to give up on you, though. Maybe it doesn't like the pillows. Maybe it doesn't like this red pillow. Maybe it doesn't fit the motif. Oh, more people are subbing for the ears. Oh. Oh, I didn't realize the ears did it for you. Shit. I'd wear earbuds if you guys want me to. Uh-oh. It's just not going to do it. I hear burning. Ren, welcome in. It's not doing it, guys. Side increase. I appreciate that, man. I know that today, I was telling chat earlier today, I said that all the September like benefits started today, but we're starting our September. We're going to do it at on the first day. Look at this shit. Just do it. It's fine. What's the worst that'll happen? Well, I mean, we know what it is. At this point, I hate it. I'm gonna sneeze. Ghosty don't like you too much? No, it doesn't seem like it, does it? It's being lame, though. I'm about to call Pulte and leave. Oh, love, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. Never mind mentality, yeah. Did I say please? What if I do it from the truck? Can you please do the Pulte ability? Please? I'll talk to the walkie. Please? Use the cursed? To do what? It's already trying to hunt me. What the hell's the curse going to do? No, it's being a lame Pulte. I vote we go Pulte and just dip. Let's go sucks. This go sucks. You won't do it while we're leaving. You won't do it. You won't do it. See, lame-o. Absolute lame-o.
Welcome back.
Boring. All right. Well, we got Pulte, though. We did get it. We did get it. It was just lame. Yeah, I got my ears out and everything, and it still just was an absolute jerk face. Absolute jerk. Think we should have done that on Nightmare? Yeah, man. We would have had to have made it hunt, but even so, like, it would have been a Pulte that wouldn't do its ability. We'd have to watch the items during the hunt. Yeah. The free the ears movement. Benny, thank you for the biddies. Thank you guys for the hype train. Where did Mickey go? Harley, thank you for the 2 months. I like that you call the ghost a hooker. Well, you know what? If the thong fit, I don't know. I don't know what I was going to say. Thank you for the prime. Ladarsha, thank you so much for the biddies. Oh, hi. Oh, hey, it's Flash. Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. It's me. Ay, ay, ay. Teeny, thank you for the biddies. All right. What else was on the wheel? What else did we have? What else was it? Tyler, thank you for the confetti, Omi. I don't want to take your survey. F off. I did random. We did chat his ears, which was kind of meh. You okay, Flash? I'm okay, Rafa. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Thank you, sir. I saw your DM, by the way. I'm gonna make something up. I'll make something up and then I'm gonna send you the proof first, because I want you to approve it. Oh, you're back. There was a weird imposter with AI ears. Thank you, Ralph. I appreciate it. Yeah. Lock door challenge? No, no door challenge. It means that I go to a map and I'm not allowed to open any doors. Yeah. No touch, no door? Correct. So, however it decides to have the doors partially open or not, I just have to go. Why do you live this way? Who hurt you? No, the front door does not count. No. Wouldn't be much of a... It would just be the don't go in the house challenge. Yeah. Sortable Joker, thank you for the prime. The front door is the only door that I'm allowed to move. What about the breaker door? Okay. What about the cabinet door? What about the doll door? What about the kitchen door? Semantics. That'd be a short game. It would be. SMC, what up, dude? Hi, ay. But yeah, random tier items, backwards only, no doors. Or we just do normal hunts at this point because it's a little bit after 11. Should I try the no doors? Do the no doors for the last like challenge type? Can't open the van door either. Correct. That's a door. Can't open that one either. Best I've ever spent. Had to go slam the breaker and it sounded like a regular door. Yeah. Yeah. That's really funny when they do like the door shake and then you hear like the little on the breaker door. Yeah. I think that's what we'll do. We'll do no doors and see how that goes. That. Now, that's the next question is where are we going to do this? Which map are we doing this on? Hey, what's up, Mac? Been playing fast for a bit. Nice. Point Hope? Oh, there's like no doors. I mean, once you start to get to the top, there's doors. But there's really not a lot. High School or Sunny Meadows? Do you want me to do it on a larger map? Now, here's the dangerous part. If we do something like Sunny Meadows, I need you to imagine what happens when you go to Sunny Meadows. Leave your point alone. Oh, Hope, is that your favorite map? As soon as you walk into Sunny Meadows, there's a double set of doors right there. If those doors are shut, we've been there before. We've literally done that before. Do it on High School. You just get stuck. You just can't leave. Roll the dice. Go to Sunny. Okay. With professional, what do the doors start? I don't remember. Medium. Random map? I could do random. Would you rather me do random than just picking Sunny? Silent Muppet, welcome in. Saying I'm willing to just choose Sunny. Camp Woodwind. Can we get a 60-second vote in chat real fast about whether we're going to do random or Sunny Meadows? Would that be possible, please? Yeah, I'm going to get a map that has 0 doors on it. But yeah, I'll, is professional what I really want to do? We might, I might want to do Nightmare on purpose. I think Nightmare might be the way to go. You know? I think it might be the way to go. All right. The poll is up. The poll is there. If you don't see it, refresh your chat on the purple side at least. Sunny Meadows or random? It's your guys' choice, but you have 60 seconds to do so. Seen a lot of Sunnies? Well, the vote will tell us. Because right now, I'm seeing more random than I'm seeing Sunny Meadows. It's going to be random Sunny anyways. No, it's going to give me like High School or something. What does no doors mean? That means that I can open the front door, but other than that, I cannot touch any other door. So if there's a door that I run into that is shut, I just am not allowed to go through that door. Yeah. It's going to be Camp Woodwind. I don't know. random it is. You got it. If it gives me an easy map, just know that that was your choice. Yeah, if I go into a room where the door is open and the ghost shuts the door, I'm now stuck in that room until it decides to open the door again. That is correct. Yeah. Well, we are going to do a no doors challenge with a random map on Nightmare. So I don't know what map it's going to give me. If it's going to give me an easy one with barely any doors, or it's going to give me one with a lot of doors the second you walk in. Bleasdale's actually a pretty good pick. Bleasdale's not bad at all. There's a lot of doors, but there's also a lot of like random open areas. Ooh, it's foggy, I think. Corey Winter, prevent the ghost from hunting with a crucifix, capture a video of a ghost, and cleanse. You got it. All right. I need to remember not to touch any doors except for the front door. That is it. Okay. Do not let me. Does the side door count? That's a great question. How do we want to play that? Is it any door that goes to like any door that goes to the outside of the map? So like the doors that go back, external doors, okay. What about the door that goes back to the patio? Because those doors, I don't think they never, ever start partially open or closed. Not patio. I'll leave them alone. We'll have to hope that we get Ghosty near there to open it up. Yeah. Any door that is technically takes me out of the map I can touch. That would be this door and that side door over there. Outside of that, I can't touch any other doors. I'm okay with that. Yeah. You can get there from the side door though. But if it's not open, I can't. Ooh. I can put, look. Wait, did I just hear it? Oh, son of a bitch. What about the fuse box? That doesn't count. No, because now we're getting into the nitty gritty. Well, this is where we live, friends. Can still save Josie? Yes, I can. I could go upstairs though. All right, hold on. Ghost, don't you dare shut me in here. Honorable, hello. Hiya. Wait, was that? I think it's back there. There's always a possibility the ghost could turn the breaker on too. Oh, I have a mirror. Awesome. Shit, this is closed. I don't know if the breaker's there or not. I have no idea. But I heard it over there though. I think it's in the back room. All right. Well, time to set up shop, I suppose. Some sturdy play. Oh, wait, Josie. Where does the mirror spawn? The mirror spawns on the ground inside of the trophy room. Hey, Supa, the challenge is no doors. Any door that is not an outside door, I can't touch. Only the ghosty can. Yep. Check the outside. Oh, you mean on that left side? I could. I don't think it was that far. That seems really far. But I could go take a peek over there before we go inside. Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe I can get like evidence through the door. I was sleeping and got notification 2 hours ago. For what? Just got Faz. New guy tips? Yeah. Always know where to hide, friend. Always. Always know where to hide. What if I could do this? Is there a way? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Can I try to metagame this? If it's in the storage room, can you see through the windows? Oh, I don't know. Maybe. I mean... yeah. Pretty good. Give me. There we go. We're doing it. All right, let me go get a video camera and stick it on the window. Thank you, Rafa. See ya, Callie. Have a good night. Put you there. We'll do this. This. And this. With these things. Shit. No, I don't want this. I just want this. Oh, wait. Actually, let me check that cam. Did that actually show me anything? I mean, it's kind of freaking out because it's in the wall, but but it kind of works. Pray the ghost opens the door just a bit. Yeah, that'd be great to be able to get in that room. It might do it during a hunt, but I basically just have to go sit idle somewhere. I could see there for a second. This. The issue is, although I could probably peek in and see if there's, I could probably peek in and see if the ghost book got written in or not. Tips to get money. Stay alive. Being very serious. Actually, wait a minute. Thought. If I leave this crucifix here, that will cover the range that is the back of that room. And then I could take another crucifix and go put it at the front side. Drop a camera at the doorway inside. Yeah, I could do that too. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? I've got to be extra careful because if it events in this room, this door is going to shut. If that door shuts, I'm stuck. Learn how to play the game better. Oh, we're all trying to be better, friend. Use the mirror to cause a hunt. And forget about the cruci. No, it's fine. All right, that didn't work. I sure tried, though. All right. We're going to go get that back. I'm going to go check the temps. Do this. No, actually, you know what? Give me another camera. Have you went around to the other door? Oh, yeah, it's closed. I can't get inside. I went to that side, but I can't get in there. Sure it's that room? I'm pretty sure. Unless it's the back hallway or something. Oh, you suck. I heard that. What I could also do... I have an idea. Difficulty, it's on nightmare. All right. New idea. Now what I'm going to do is take motion sensors. Give. Motion sensors and a sound sensor. Thank you guys for the follows. I appreciate you. Why can't you open the door? Because it's literally called a no doors challenge. Hey, dude, what's up? Honorable, thank you for the gifted. Nice challenge. Open every door or you fail. Give me this. Give me that. I'm getting a sneaky. This ghost is going to... So I have sensors here. I'm wondering if Ghosty is not moving over here now. You know? Call you leave. You expect me to remember that when your name is DUFBTJF? Hey, Tyler, welcome in. No, you're okay. We'll see what we can do. Chances are I probably won't remember it. I do have the mirror. That is true. Yeah, that is a good point. We could verify. It might be worth it. Ghost, can you be kind and turn the power on? Thanks. Please. Please. Which choice do we have? Literally all of them. Hey, it's outside. Remember that whole thing we didn't know where it was, or like I didn't think it was that far? It's that far. But we know now. What's extra funny is that I've got a camera in the wall over there. Trainer, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. Yeah, it's over here. Put that there. I'll put that over there. Let me go get more stuff. Last time I played it, it was in the foyer and hunted from other rooms that weren't close to it. If it felt like it was buggy, I would report it in the fast server. Gens can't turn off the breaker, but can they turn it on? Yeah, the only ghost that can't turn on a breaker is the Hantu. Every other ghost can turn one on. The Jinn is the only one that can't turn it off. Yep. All right. So Ghosty is actually walking around outside right now. Give me this. Give me this. Give me this. Which map is this? This is Bleasdale. Yep. To the side we go. Thank you guys for the follows. Thank you for the subs. At least the door is open to its room. Yeah, I mean, I can open this door all I want. My favorite map is Willow. All right, Ghosty. I'm waiting for it to set this off again so that I know that it's right in front of me. Hey, what up, Rab? No, you're not. Why did we hear motion sensor? Because I got one right in front of me. Yeah. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Shh. Ah, that's close. That's locked anyway, so that doesn't matter. Do I remember that one time that I played Blair on Roblox? I do. Am I going to return? Absolutely not. Watching on YouTube for some time. First time in. Welcome in. Why not? Have you not paid attention at all? What's been going on? I mean, I really had no interest anyway, but even more now than before, you should probably check the news for what's happening with that game. Yeah, Fusebox doesn't count. No. Could it be a shade? I mean, right now it could kind of be anything. They're very bad recent development. Oh yeah, it's bad. It's not very good for them at all. What was that? Was that the motion sensor? The ghost can be outside? Yeah, this can be a ghost room. Absolutely. Oh, object thrown. Oh, okay. Can you cross off orbs? No, I'm on Nightmare, so the ghost can hide evidence. That means that I can't just say, I don't have this evidence. So I might have a ghost that gives me EMF. I mean, that gives me UV and gives me spirit box. But if I don't see orbs, I can't just cross them off and say, oh, well, I don't have them now. See you, Mac. Have a good one, man. All right, we're not getting anything from there. So let's do this. UV and... Did I see our doors shut? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think it's going to be that. Why can't you go in the one room? Which room? The room with the door that's closed? It's because it's too closed. I can't get in. No door touchy. Yeah, no touchy. That motion sensor hasn't gone off in a little bit. Never. I'll shut up. Writing? Well, was I in the room when it did that? It was. It literally waited for me to walk in here to do this. Oh, you hooker. No, I think I just got 2 salts. Oh, you bitch. Ooh, UV. All right. So we have ultraviolet. We have ghost writing. That's a Polty Demon Miling. Doesn't really seem like it's throwing a lot. Hey, what's up, Dark? I'm good. How are you? So Polty Demon Miling. There's not much I can do. I mean, I could start a hunt and listen. It's not throwing a lot. It hasn't tried to hunt. Yeah. Var, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Hello. Give me smudge. Give me smudge. I've got lighter. Yeah. That'll do. Really, what I could do is like lower my sanity enough. Oh, I have a crucifix over there though. Shite. You still haven't gotten a Blood Moon on Grafted Rework? I have not. No, Grafted Rework has not been kind to me in that regard. Unfortunately. Your vote's a Miling. There's really nothing about the ghost that's telling me it's one thing over another. Cuff Fritz, thank you for the 11 months, dude. How are you supposed to hide when you can't open doors? I can't. I just can't. Unfortunately, I hear the dots from down there, but it's okay. Okay. So what that means is, oh, hey, it's hunting. Okay. Wait, where's my... Kind of sounds like it's throwing a lot. Maybe not. Maybe not. That didn't seem like a lot of throws. Quiet enough for a miling? Those dots aren't very helpful. Can you turn the light on, please? Listen here. Didn't hear footies while the light was blinking? Yeah. We will see. Still walking around out there. Oh, it's cold. If the fart fits. All right. Please shut up. Nightly, welcome in. How was your stream? Needs cocoa? Oh, okay. You can provide. Any new open doors? Oh, not that one. That does sound kind of quiet, doesn't it? I think you guys are right. I think you guys are right. I would like to leave, please. Hello? Hello? Any day now. It's up there hunting away. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's got to be a miling for sure. For sure. Why miling? Because he's quiet? Correct. Correct. A way to really tell a miling is you can't hear the footsteps, but you hear a lot of things being interacted with. Doors, objects being thrown, things like that. And then as it gets closer to you, you start to be able to hear the footsteps. So that is why we're saying miling. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I need a video of the ghost to prevent the... Oh, I guess, wait, did it just avoid the crucifix altogether? What? You're telling me this turd avoided it completely? I did start a cursed hunt with the mirror. Where did it start from? What up, Joseph? Welcome in. I don't know. I have ads coming, though. Hey, Warlock, how are you? Yeah. Yeah, we're going to go miling and get out. We're going to go miling and get out. Back corner, maybe. But the mirror showed the back. It showed where I was looking.
Welcome back. I've got
Yeah.
some jobs ready.
We knew it was a miling because of how loud it was. That made sense. That made perfect sense. Awesome. All right. Ads are about to happen in like 15 seconds. Once they do happen, we'll be sitting here. I'm not going to go anywhere without you. I think he's a pancake. He might be. Bloob, Juice Man. Prismy, thank you guys for the follows. Appreciate it. You're sad you missed it. Well, that's why the VOD channel exists, friend. That exists so that way you have an opportunity to catch up. You're good. Realize you're good, friend. You're disappointed the blurb doesn't have the pancake lizard mashup. It does. That's not necessary. We don't need all of that. Nobody needs all that. All right. While that's about to start, I'll add this to this scene. Boo, 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 boo. Where is it? There it is. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. I didn't mean to add to this one. No. They're eventually going to start. One of these days, Alice. One of these days. Oh, I didn't want to add that. Gosh, darn it. Gosh, darn it. Taylor! Thank you for the 7 months. Been a while since I've been able to join. Well, hello, friend. I'm doing swell. How are you? All right. I will add this. The ads are going, by the way. I just, I'm trying to add something back in. I didn't want to lose it. All right. I'll have to get that figured out. Lizard. Lizard. We love lizards. They're okay. They're okay. Hey, Vertex, how are you? Crazy House, Crazy Ones. Do I what, Mira? We like buttons. We do like buttons. While the ads are playing, if you didn't see it earlier, I'll bring it up now. This is more than likely what our goals are going to look like next month. September has technically already begun. Like technically as in they have already implemented the benefits like of the subscriptions being cheaper. But our September is going to start on the 1st. Okay. Break. Thank you for the subs, friend. I appreciate the button pushing very much. They lock you in a rubber room. Tattoo? Yeah. Yeah. It is what it is. We get to what we get to next month. We'll see what happens. But yeah, that'll start on Monday because Monday is September 1st. Any idea what's going to be included in Hardware 2.0? No idea. Can we change pie to the face tortilla slap? Why would we do such a thing? Mr. Epic, thank you for the raid. Welcome. Do you have any tattoos? I do. I have a tattoo on my back. It's on my upper back. Which princess? That would be your choice. Yeah, if we got to the Disney princess cosplay, that would be your choice. Yeah, we'd probably have like a vote of some kind. People would probably put which one they think, and then people can vote on if they think I should do that or not. Yeah. So, multiple different opportunities for viewer games. merch giveaway, Disney princess cosplay, tattoos, all kinds of stuff. All kinds of fun. But yeah, that'll start on Monday. Oh, you were asking about the light. Oh, I don't know which level that unlocks at. You're talking about the gas lantern. I don't know. I don't remember. And unfortunately, it doesn't say in here. I wish it kind of did. Let's combine this month with next month. You cosplay as Rapunzel and Mrs. Flash can cosplay as Flynn. Oh my God. Will the cosplay be done on Halloween? I can't make any promises. That's at 80? Oh, okay. Thank you, Moon. Hey, Sunshine, how are you? All right. Groovy. Yeah, I do have a tattoo. It's on my back. Upper back. It is the only tattoo that I have ever gotten. I have not gotten another. Not yet. Not yet. Drifter? Drifter? I need to turn off this. Do you want to explain yourself, Drifter? Hi, Shayla. How are you? What is the tattoo? It's really lame. I got, when I was like 18, I just wanted to get a tattoo. I didn't care what it was. I was just old enough that I could go get one. So I walked into a tattoo shop and I was just like, hey, I want a tattoo. What do you want? I don't care. Do you want to look in this book? I was like, oh, what do you think I should get? And there was like a cross with like tribal and flames and stuff. I was like, sure, that one. Yeah. And it was cheaper. So I was like, yeah, sure. That sounds good. Am I in trouble? Not yet. Thank you for the 25 subs. Holy shit. If we reach the goal, where would you get it? I would probably let Mrs. Flash choose. That'd probably be her decision. It was cheaper. Yeah. I was like, yeah, sure. I don't care. That sounds good. Oh my God. Zoe, thank you for the 9 months. Oh my goodness gracious. Wise man. Yeah. She's the one that's going to have to look at it more than me. Do we choose listen, there's a lot of tattoo talk happening here when we don't even know if it's going to happen. Okay. That we're a very long way away from that. We haven't even started September yet. But more than likely what would happen is it would probably be a good possibility of you guys deciding what it is. And then me and Mrs. Flash choose where it is and how big it is. Yeah. And obviously certain suggestions could be vetoed depending on what it is. You have 3, 1 on your right ankle. Oh, nice. Should get a Phasm tattoo. That would be up to them. Calling it lizard on the forehead. All right. Listen, that goal is a massive stretch. It's just what I wanted to do was I wanted to have enough goals that there's always something to reach for, whether we hit things or not. It is what it is. It is what it is, and it's fine. But they're there. They exist. They're at the ready. So we will see. Sock tattoo of F them shoes. I'd have some explaining to do. So what you're saying is no, that's not what I'm saying. All right. It's 11:46. I'm not done, but I don't think we're going to do another like challenge per se. I think what we might do is just a good old fashioned run. Yeah. JP, welcome in, dude. Is that 3 or 5? 3. Oh, that was 3. Yeah. Some cozy nightmare? I think so. Spaceman spiff. Oh, the upper arm. That's cool. You know, for the longest time, what I wanted to do, I just never pulled the trigger. I wanted to do a half sleeve from here to here, and then do the rest from here to my wrist. I just never could decide what I wanted, so I just never did it. Use one excuse. If I wanted a tattoo, I would just go get one. But this would be you guys getting to be very influential. Yeah. And then the one before that, though, is the sub-only stream. So if we reach that, we will do a stream that will be only available for subs. I've only ever done one of those before. Ever. All right. You know what? You know what? Even more. No. This is what we're going to do. We're doing some 10-12s. I'm in the mood for it. For his wife, are very Disney. He has a Disney sleeve down one arm. That's pretty cool. Your mom hated it, so you got 5 more. Hey, yo. Yeah. Let's do this. No sanity. No evidence. Which is technically a challenge. Technically. Will it be a Phas ghost? Oh, the tattoo? I mean, probably not. You have to remember, they are going to be changing the Phas ghosts. The Phas ghosts are going to be changed whenever they do Horror 2.0. Hopefully. Obake handprint. That does sound pretty cool. All right, we're going to do some 10-12s. That means no sanity, no evidence. It's a custom where the power starts on. If you do exclamation point 10x, then you guys can see the settings that I have for it. I've run this 10-12 setting forever. It's been a long time. When a 90s Nickelodeon. Oh, dude, I'd be down for a 90s Nickelodeon tattoo. All right, let's start on Tangle. We'll work our way around the top. Hope they're going to change the ghosts, like all new or updates. Well, I don't know what they're going to do. It's hard to say. All right, let's go. So, crucifix, incense, give me this guy. Elizabeth Barton, photo camera, repel on an event. Sounds cute. Real cute. For my headlamp, yes I do. What's happening, hero? Do I need to do stuff and things? Because I can. Very easily. It's a 90s Nickelodeon tattoo. I'll just send you the sticker I showed you earlier. No, it'd probably be something different. Probably different. Hey, Sovereign, what's up, dude? All right, let's go. Yeah, keep me posted. Ready. Boner required. You're fast. I didn't mean to do that. Is that fast twin? Rain, thank you for the 20 months. I'm pretty sure. I have a job type question for you. What's it like working with linear editing? What was it like working with linear editing back in the day? What do you mean? Wait, did I just see my breath? Hey, Diamond, I'm good. How are you? All right, let's put this over here. Put that there. I have 38 seconds before I can hunt again. If it's the fast twin, which I think it is. Grab another smudge. We'll grab an EMF because I can take a photo of that. I'll grab another smudge because of life. 21 seconds. I have a timer going on my stream deck. Could have gotten the bone photo, but oh well. this dude. Why was it speeding up like it could see me? Good Lord. I get a cruci photo? Because it can smell fear? Turn that on. That on. I have two smudges on me. Ideally, it would event first and then we... Never mind. I was going to say it'll event first and we'll get a photo of that, but I guess not. Do. Ghosty? Elizabeth Barton. Oh, hi. Alexa, thank you for the 2 months. That was very delayed. Ghosty. Any day now. I guess it's not having it. You little shit. I would like to hear it as the slow twin. It wants to it wants to flash. Look at that little twerp. Look at that little twerp. Missed it. I tried the last second though. I knew it was going to be done hunting, but if anything... Zelen, I would suggest you chill, dude. There's such a thing as dropping things. You are holding on for dear life. The hat's a lie. The hat's a lie. Ghost, would you please? It's not eventing. It's just... I'll shut up. I'll eat my hat on the way out. Don't mind if I do. Ay, caramba. Right. Well, got the objectives. Still going twins, though. You were saying. And a clean pair of shorts. If it's not, I can't imagine what else it would be. Yeah. It was just the fast twin every single time. Not once did I get the slow twin. What a turd. Busy at work, no worries. No worries. No worries. Should have brought the brown pants. No, we're okay. That wasn't too bad. 5K though. Not bad. On to Edgyfield. Why do you hear? Why do you hear the music that's playing? Because it's the music that's playing. Yeah. I'm just guessing. It could be me. I don't know. I'm not sure. All right. To Edgefield, same thing. No evidence, no sanity.
We've arrived.
We've arrived. We've arrived. All right, double smudge. Double to smudge. Derpy, thank you for the biddies. Be awesome if a rare item might spawn on a map to be collected. That'd be cool. Yeah, or just different things you can do to unlock. That's not cool. Different things you can do to unlock different cosmetics would be pretty sick. Okay. Well, that sucks. Kind of. Gonna have them shoes? Well, not right now. I'm not. Has that bike always been there? Yeah. That little trike. Yeah. Good night, Nash. Listen, you shithead. It's probably in the kitchen, and I'm just within range of both of those. Gosh dang it. Is it following you? I don't know. Hard to say. You bitch. Not a gen. Facts. All right. Put this here. There we go. It's just a poor little ghosty. Excuse you. Is this a wraith? Did I get teleported on twice? Oh yeah, she can't see me here. Yeah, she can't see me. There's a hitbox on this bed. The ghost can't see you. I should have left this upstairs. That was stupid. That was dumb. What I should do is this. Hold on. Better idea. Do that. Do that. Get out. Okay. Yeah, I've got salt, but I'm also going to grab an EMF. Grab another one of those. One of these. Actually, no. Yeah. Give me one of these. Run. Now we'll see. All right. F. Those. Shoes. F. Forgot the wraith can teleport. Sure can, yeah. Captain Alyssa, welcome in. What ghost do you have? Thinking it's a wraith that teleported to me, but we want to be sure. Can we get an F them shoes song? Yeah, I could probably ask Doc to run one or to make one. These salts have been stepped in, friends. Well, ain't that just a pickle? But didn't she look pretty visible, though? She was pretty visible. Yeah. Oh, imagine it's a mimic. All right. After this next hunt, I'm going to smudge, and then we'll go check for orbs. It could be. Isn't the only visible ghost? Yeah, it's extremely visible when it's hunting. What up, sweetheart? Okay. Now we can go get a video camera and check for warps. Make sure that we're in the correct room. Get the video camera. I have a timer going, so we should be fine. That's not a phantom. No shot. But we're wondering if it was mimicking a wraith and then it changed what it was. Ghost fart. Light switch? Where? I just heard a switch. What the? This ghost is literally everywhere. Oh, you're not a mayor. I don't have much longer. What? All right, she's about to hunt. What are you? Okay, no orbs. Turn on a light. Speed. It's not a wraith. It's not a phantom. It's not an Oni. It's not a Jinn. Not a Dio, Moroi, Raiju, Hantu, Revi. Oh, I gotta get inside. Shit. I might have screwed up. It's not a spirit. Because of how it's moving right now, I'd say no to the Goryo. I think it's too loud for a miling. We did smudge, so that buys me a little bit of time. Is there a ghost of your last location? Well, the issue is, if it hunted directly above me, then there's this thing that happens where the ghost, for some reason, knows where you are. Get those up there. Let's get some motion sensors. Could possibly be a demon. Could be. Yeah, it could just be super tame and just choosing not to do anything. It's a feature. It's a feature. "60 seconds is up." We're moving. It was out in the hallway when it did that, right? Yeah, I think it was. That would take Shade and Onryo out of the mix. Yeah. All right, let me collect my thoughts. I don't think it's a demon. I don't think so. I'd say no Onryo. Not throwing for a Pulte that I can tell. All I heard and saw was lizard. That's fair. Spicy. Banshee, Yurei, Obake, Yokai. I could do a yokai test. Like do a yokai test and then bring it in here, and then as it's in here, do another smudge and watch it to see if it's an Obake. Yeah, I haven't seen anything other than Grandma's Well. You hooker. Oh, gosh dang it. I couldn't test for a yokai. Let me go check the doors upstairs. Maybe we can cross off a Yurei. It's dumping in everything. Please stop. We beg you. $5 is $5. Every door is fully open, which is sus. Bit sus. I'm gonna go get the parabolic microphone. Has it changed rooms? It's kind of all over the place upstairs. A little bit late on the punch there. Yurei was your first guess? It's so hard to say, man. So hard to say. Cope and dog, thank you for the 4 months. What I could also do, like, none of those have been touched. Not a single one. All right, here it comes. No yokai? I don't think so. I think it came directly to me. Why the shoes? Why not? Look like it threw multiple objects at once. Well, if it did that during a hunt, then it's definitely not. It can't do the Pulte ability during the hunt. I mean, it did double back, but it does kind of look like shit's kind of everywhere. Maybe it is a Pulte. Maybe. Like, look at this stuff. Some of the stuff, that one throw it did seem sort of yeetish. You. Locking in Pulte. I'm leaning Pulte right now. Oh, rapidly throwing. Well, it can't throw more than one object at a time. So a Pulte can throw an object every half a second. Hi, Mr. Song. Maybe what I do, maybe I bring it down here and I watch it in the hallway. I have nowhere to hide, but that's okay. We'll just run. Busted Pulte. I just think it's not doing a lot of the stuff in the things. That's all. But we give it all kinds of stuff here to play with. Oh, boner. All kinds of toys. Who needs hiding? I mean, me? Me? Ziggy, thank you for the 29 months. I like your forehead. Thanks, friend. That certainly didn't seem like a Pulte to me. That thing wasn't throwing shit. Is it done? Yeah. All right, dude. That door's partially open. That's no Ure, right? It also flipped a switch somewhere. Somebody glued the items to the floor. Wait a minute. Excuse you. Yeah, creep. You've had 2 Ures open it halfway? I don't know, man. Maybe what it did, maybe like it was roaming between floors and then it decided to then stalk me once it was on this floor, you know? Snow Duck, what up? Caffeine, hello. I don't know, man. Banshee Ure. Like shitty Banshee? I really have no more defenses. Poopy Banshee? Imagine. We thought it was a stalker at the beginning. Yeah, but that's when I thought the ghost was here on this floor. Unless it went from downstairs to upstairs. No scream? Not yet. Like, it's throwing stuff, but it's not throwing. You know what I mean? Have you gotten all of the new Banshee screams yet? I don't know if I've gotten all of them. I don't think so. Okay. Keep listening in. Banshee's a singer? Yeah. It's over there now. What challenges are you doing? I was doing different things like chat his ears, no doors, random stuff like that. But now we're doing no sanity, no evidence. Thank you guys for the follows. Welcome in. Caffeine, how was your stream, dude? Banshee whale would be chef's kiss. Thank you for the biddies. How the hell are you, dude? Maybe she's shy. All right. Do it again. ghost do you think you got? It's hard to say. We were leaning Banshee, but I haven't gotten the Banshee whale yet. Working a lot. I feel you, man. But as of right now, in between Banshee and Uri, it's possibly that it's not either one of those ghosts. We could have been fooled, you know? Hey, Bush, what's up, dude? You're calling Pulte still? If it's a Pulte, that was rigged, a few of those hunts. Weird team. It has yet to hunt under 60 seconds, and it also has yet to hunt under 25. .25 meaning the hunt threshold even when you don't smudge. Yeah, we heard you throw it. Shut up. Did it turn on any light switches? Yeah, it's not a mare. No clue. Yeah, we have no clue either. It's kind of 50-50. The only reason I'm even leaning Banshee is because I have a door that was like not fully open or shut. It was like halfway open. Yeah, the thing that really is throwing us off is when we first walked in this house, it hunted me twice downstairs. Finally? Oh, I made it outside. Wow. Wow. We were right all along. We got the Banshee whale. Time to go home. Wow. Definitely a scream. Oh yeah, I saw it. I saw it on the parabolic. I for sure saw it.
Welcome back.
Took it long enough, right? But that's why I was thinking it was not a ERA. 211 interactions. Abilities used, 0. It never did stalk us. I think it just by chance was roaming up and down the stairs and it happened to be in range of the crucifix. I think it was just happenstance. Good night, Sunflower. Have a good one. I think it was just by chance, which sucked. Yeah. Why does a door being half open mean it was a Banshee? No, a door being half open means that it was not a Ure. The Ure, whenever it touches a door, either fully opens it or fully shuts it. If it touches the door and you see it slowly open, but never fully opens or fully shuts, not a Ure. Yeah. Cal, enjoy the sub, friend. Yeah. Lots of little tidbits. All right. To Ridgeview.
Here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Hey, Brooke, how are you?
There have been new reports.
I thought the upstairs bathroom door touch was partial when we saw it open. Oh, maybe car. I might have just missed it. Yeah, a lot going on. The scream kind of was a nail in the coffin. Thank God. I was just really hopeful, man. So good. Hell yeah. That's what I like to hear. I like to hear it. All right. All righty. Oh, I probably should have put this over there. Fun run though. Hey, I mean, it makes you work your brain pieces. It makes you work your brain pieces. Evidence. There we go. There we go. Banshee was annoying. That's okay. We're going to get annoying ghosts from time to time. It made me tired. Yeah, me too. We're getting there. Jessica Moore, incense, firelight, and a crucifix. All right. I'm going to take crucifix, smudge. I've got that. Yeah, this is good. This will do. Why did the scream sound weird? Oh, it's just one of the banshee screams. Yeah. Ride or die. Boner. Not far. Ghost is not very far from us. Only if Doc was here to... We could ask Doc to do some more impressions. Yeah. Brooke, thank you for the follow. I heard you, dude. I would love for Doc to be the voice on the radio. Where the f is it? Interesting. Okay. Let's bring a few more things in here. We're gonna take her for a walk. Miling, maybe. It did seem pretty quiet, didn't it? Normal speed, yeah. Not a Dio, correct. Oh, that's not centered, is it? There we go. Fixed it. Pat, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. All right, I'm gonna grab another smudge. So we have 2 smudgies. Yeah, and then I have a lantern, right? Yeah, right there. Yeah, it seemed pretty quiet. That's what we were thinking too. We have electronics in there. We got that. Actually, give me this instead. Savannah! Thank you for the heart, me dude. Oh, I have a free hand too. Shit. That's okay. Not the end of the world. Yet. Put that there. Isn't there a ghost that said that it can't blow out firelights when it's hunting? Is that a shade? Heading off, Shrek. Have a good one. Thank you. Grab another one. Grab another one. Grab one of these. Shade, I believe. I think so too. I'm pretty sure that's what I've heard. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what I've heard. Pedro, welcome in. You two-timing hooker. It just shut my power off. You dirty bitch. Found it. Hey, Small, good morning. All right. Leave the power alone, lady. Leave the power alone, lady. Got a smudge, got that. Yeah, we're good. Okay. All right, not a wraith. Piano spot. Add another death? What do you mean? That spot's fine. All right, she's coming from upstairs. Oh, hi, Pam Jam. Those are some yeets, but you're not throwing a lot. She was not throwing a lot. She's fast. It was line of sight speed. Yeah, I could loop her one more time and then smudge. Might have to be the move. Shade's still a possibility, yeah. Just got to find the ghost room. It was not impressed with my dinner. No, it was not a fan. Normie? Probably. Whatever she is. You know what? I'm just picking it up. You. Yeah, she came from upstairs. Somewhere up there. But blinkies look normal. Speed sounds pretty normal. She's cut the power, so it's not a Jinn. Walked in salt, it's not a Wraith. Not a Moroi. I don't know about Mimic yet. Onto. Revy. Miling, maybe. Speed-wise, I mean, sound-wise, it was kind of quiet. Not Obake. Probably not. We watched it for a long enough time. The blinks should have given it away. Yeah. Normal speed. Not a shade. Smudged. All right. Take shade out of the books. Now we need to go. We need to go find her room. Sounds a bit quiet. A little bit. Little bit. Give me that guy. Give me this guy. Give me this guy. Get back in there real fast. When you smudge, there's 3 different timers to think about. The demon timer, the regular timer, and then the spirit. The demon timer is 60 seconds, regular is 90, and then the spirit is 180. I mean, it's cold in there, but is it cold enough? I don't have a... Hold on. Another bathroom ghost? Maybe. It might eat the cruci, and that's okay. I'd rather be safe than sorry. This little bitch. She hunted from another room. She tried to bite you. You're aggressive. They're trying to kill me, Taylor. Oh, whoops. Oh, no, whoops. You're aggressive. What am I supposed to be? See? You're just proving our point. It sounded like she came from over here. What? You walking around in there, bucko? You piece of poop. It did the thing. Now the temps are dropping. There we go. It also avoided this, which is wild sauce. Absolutely wild. All right, bring that. Bring that. I haven't been here in a month, and this is how you treat me. Go there. There. Any Orbeez? Huh? Nerd? Ah? No. Oh, my Lanta! Holy crapola! We're good. She did not like it. Might be a brownie frowny, maybe. Oh, I got some coffee today. That's Haunted Mansion coffee. I'd say that's a no to the Onryo. I'd say that's a no to the Onryo. And based on all the moving it's doing, I'd say probably not a Goryo, right? It's moving a lot. I did, yes. It's like, it's mocha. I could always do a yokai test. Yeah. Placement still should have reached. Oh, if it was the demon, yeah. The timer wise, I'd say probably not a demon anyway. Hi, T. Probably not. Probably not. Oh. It's a Myling. Hey. Yeah, you're really, really quiet. We thought you were. We thought you were, but every other hunt, she's been normal. It's because she was just close enough for us to be able to hear her footies. Craziness. What's up, Hannah? Watch on the tubes. I appreciate it. What is the yokai test? So, the yokai test is where you're testing your walkie or your electronics to see if the ghost comes to you when it can't see you. So, like, if the pathing that happens a lot in this house is the ghost will come down these steps and will walk this way. You still want to be careful. But when the ghost gets down to the bottom of these steps, a yokai, you have to be within 2.5 meters of a yokai for it to sense your electronics or your voice. So to give you a good visual representation of that, if the ghost is, let's say, bottom of the steps there, right? So that's about there. Get rid of this junk. Get rid of that junk. Get rid of that junk. This is 2.5 meters-ish. About here. So close enough. You have to be that close to a yokai for it to be able to sense your voice or sense your electronics. So if you're over here in the kitchen like this and Ghosty comes to the bottom of the steps and you hit your walkie and it keeps going that direction, probably a yokai. Because normal ghost, I think, is 7.5 meters. So yeah, a lot of space. They're the dum-dums. They are the dum-dums. King Eagle B. Thank you guys so much for thank you for the gifts. Yeah, they are known as the dum-dums. But this one was pretty freaking quiet. Yeah, you're welcome. A lot of people, what they'll do is they'll do a flashlight test for a Myling. But we could hear the lockers. We could hear items being thrown, all that with 0 footies. 0 footies. It makes me feel pretty safe to say Myling. This map's picky about Myling sound. You have to glue on complete opposite. Oh yeah, you have to separate yourself pretty far to be able to get it. I mean, Edgefield's really tough to do that. Are they the ones that don't like you talking? That's correct. Yeah, they'll hunt early if they hear you talking to them and they decide to hunt. Yep. Myling. Look at us go. How do you find out the Jinn? Because this ghost trolled. We haven't had a daily tater in a while. That's our beloved bro tater chip. How do you find out the Jinn? Because it trolled you a lot. Cookie Lady, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. The Jinn can't turn off the breaker, and if you if the breaker is on it will sprint at you when it has line of sight. And then it will slow down when it gets within 3 meters of you. Yeah. Yeah. Cookie lady. Thank you, friendo. Actually, I'm going to do this now. How much longer are you going for? Not too much longer. It is 12:30 my time. Yeah. Cookie lady, how was your stream? Thank you so much for the warm soft cookies. Love the reporter badge. It's pretty great. Yeah. Unfortunately, what I would love for them to do, I would love... Oh, ads are about to play too. Cookie lady, I'm so sorry. You literally just came in right when they're about to happen. 13 plus hour stream. Holy hell. What kind of cookies? They better be peanut butter. If ads do hit you guys, I'm sorry. We do have to do 3 minutes every hour. So if you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, or I'm not going to go into any maps, I'll wait for you. Oh, I love peanut butter cookies. Oh man, the ones that you put the little fork indentation into. Oh, I see that shout out thing is still broken. Bye, strawberry. Have a good one. Snickerdoodles are a bop too. Going to bed. Good night, Taylor. Have a good one. Gonna work tomorrow. Well, I'm working on the weekend. My God. My God. All right, there's the ads. That's what we've been waiting for. All right. Once these are over, then we will return to our regularly scheduled programming. Yeah. What up? Sim, how are you? Hey, Bliss, how are you? I hit a goal and now I have to try Apox, bro. Let's go. You can do it. You can do it. I don't know if you've ever done Insanity before, but if you can do Insanity, you can do it. Perks of being a lab tech. Oh my God. Watch on your lunch. Let's go. Oatmeal raisin. Oh, I love some oatmeal raisin. Oh, that's good too. Man, you know, one thing, a cookie that I used to hate. I used to really not like chocolate chip cookies. It's just because I don't know. I just didn't enjoy them, but my taste buds have changed over time. Yeah, as a kid, I didn't enjoy them. Blessed with the short ads. Let's go. Medox, thank you for the biddies. The ghost from the Grudge movies isn't on Rio. Oh, really? You mean by like with the lore with the movie and stuff? Did you beat Apoc 3? I did. Yeah, it's been a long time since I beat it though. We know you have a weird taste when it comes to desserts. I do. I love milk chocolate though. I do not like dark chocolate. I know it's healthier for you. I just don't like it. Macadamia nut. I like those too. I'm trying to think of what cookies I don't like. I don't know. I'm not sure. Ice cream, but only standing up. Wait, what? Oh, shut up, Ann. I was so confused what the hell you're talking about, and it just hit me. Never mind. Shut up. You like oatmeal raisin? Yeah, same here. Homemade sugar, Christmas. Oh my God. I think we have cookies upstairs. That's going to happen. I shouldn't because it's really late, but it's okay. Used to hate oatmeal raisins. You come to like them. They're so good. They're, oh man, like the soft ones. My favorite cookie, I like peanut butter. Peanut butter is my favorite. Died 3 minutes into the game and never play times 15 again. Oh man, so confident. Yeah, but you got to do it again though. You have to try. I love. So wait, what? Dirty Snake Eyes. What the hell did you just say? Guilty Pleasures Thin Mints. They're okay. They're okay. My Girl Scout cookie of choice is Tagalongs. Have you had thumbprints? Like a cookie? Is that what you like? Is it a type of cookie? Lemon are the best? No. No, that's false advertisement. False advertisement. All right, ads are done. We're back. There we go. Medox, thank you for the biddies, dude. Soft cookie with a jelly center. Oh, I love jelly donuts. I wonder if I'd like those. I would like to tag along with the cookie crowd. Listen, it's like at least once a week, it is inevitable to just dive into and pass away inside of food talk. Oreos are better? Oh man, the freaking, oh, what Oreos are they? It's like the peanut butter pie ones. Oh my God. They're so good. addicted to blueberry pie Oreos. Oh, interesting. You don't like Oreos? That's okay. I mean, I know some people that don't like Oreos. I mean, hot take. You want a hot take? I don't like brownies. I don't like cupcakes or cake. Is that hot enough? The only sweet you can do. Tiramisu. Oh, man. That's something I never really had. Like, my family, we didn't have tiramisu at any point. It's something I didn't have until I was an adult. Know what I mean? Don't like brownies, cake, or cupcakes either. I don't know what it is. I don't like it. I do not like it. Cupcakes are overrated. I would agree. I would agree. Not liking brownies is a hot take. Listen, you just need to think of it like this. It's more for you to enjoy, okay? The less I eat, the more you get. All right, well, we might as well keep it going. 10, 12s on to Grafton. Oh. Oh, I didn't get tiramisu until I went to Italy. Oh, it was so good. Oh, my God. I can imagine how good that was. Tape cupcake. Yeah, see, well, okay. Here's the thing of it, though. Cupcakes and cakes and stuff like that, they can make it in the kitchen all day long, and it's fine. But the smell of brownies, I can't stand it. It's awful. That's like, if you like, that's why there's a reason it's called brownie frowny. You know what I mean? Because it smells like ass. I can't do it. I do not like it. EMF, crucifix, motion sensor. I have no idea where I'm going to go. Actually, I kind of do know where I'm going to go. Actually, I have an idea. Bread pudding. There you go. Oh, the new Grafton's so good, man. Just look at this. I'll put this on the ground and hopefully not lose it. Yeah. Look at this guy. Let me put on the filter. I guess I don't even really need it. Ooh, key lime pie is where it's at. I like that. That's good. Pizza Pringles? Nah. If I'm going Pringles, I'm going either regular is my number one. Sour cream is good. Barbecue's great. Trying to think. The Mexican street corn? Surprise. So good. Surprise. It was great. Cookie Lady, thank you so much. Have a good sleep, friend. My friend loves pickle Pringles. Interesting. Bugles? Oh my God, I haven't had Bugles in forever. All right. Turn that off. Pick the crucifix. Oh my God, I got drunk there for a second. You like the Hot Ones Pringles? So does my son. My son, Alex, he really likes the Hot Ones Pringles too. All right, where do we think it is? What if I did, like, I just imagine. Imagine you open the door and immediately a mannequin spawns in your face. No, it's right here. This is so dumb this works, but it does. Would poop myself? Top spot. Yeah. People found out that you can hide behind the fireplace doors. Not strong enough to keep talking about chips without eating an entire bag, bro. That's me. I'm such a late night snacker. It's awful. I wish I wasn't, but I can't help it, man. Would be worse if it blocked the door. Oh, if like this right here. Yeah, that would suck. All right. It threw something in that front room. We watched it. What's playing right now? Oh, I can't tell. There's no cartoon. Saucy, thank you for the follow. Wait, Cinnamon Toast Crunch Bugles? What? That's a thing. What is going on? That sounds so good. I hear it throwing things. We did not change the difficulty. I'm on a 10-12 multiplier. No sanity. No evidence. And the ghost is not hunting. Ghost is EP? The bedrooms are not over there. Chain your... It's not even in my room. It's over there. I hear it. Maybe Squeakers is keeping the ghost at bay. But Squeakers is all the way up there. No, Ghost is not having my shenanigans. Accidentally made a friend of the ghost. Finally, holy shit. Fast? Slow? Wait, no, that's not... Oh, is that a Revy? Oh, now I hear it normal. Okay. I can't hear it. You keep talking. Ruda. Love you. No, I think we have a Revenante. I'm sus of a Revy. Upstairs. No, it came from the that front room to the left. Well, for me, it's the right now. Hear how slow it is? Thank you, Vertex. That's just what I needed to solve this hunt. We're gonna leave now. Goo. We're talking about what now? Listen, to give you context, it was Coach talking about Schedule 1. To give you context about that blurb.
Welcome back.
Revenante.
Ready for you.
Quick 2K. I like it. I like it. All right, 2-wheelers. God damn it. All right, 2-wheelo.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
You could have stopped it to give you context. It was Coach. 6 foot. No amount of context helps fly. Well, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Crucifix, event, and EMF. Yeah. So it was one of the drug names. Yeah. Yeah. Vertex. Exactly. Thank you. But any Hoosiers. Give me that. We'll bring in a second smidge. Not your fault. It is a coach thing. That is true. Yeah, but I'm on solo. Yep. Yep, indeedy. Slow twin? Pontu. It's not speeding up in line of sight. Yeah. Pontu. Slow again? Yeah. It's because the power starts on, so all the rooms are warm. That's why the Hantu is slower when she starts on this one. We're just gonna... Y'all plan on playing it again? I don't know. Unfortunately, man, there's too many games. But you know what, though? There is a genre of game that I did not realize that I wanted to play.
I've prepared some jobs for you.
On to. That was 2,000 buckaroos in 54 seconds. Yes, sir. Hold on. Do tell? Oh, God. Hey, what up, Aga? How are you? What is it called? Hold on. Hold. Because I can show you the wish list as well of the games that I was thinking. At some point playing. Because they just, I don't know, man. It's nostalgia for me. So there's a genre of game, and it's basically called FMV. And FMV, if you don't know what that means, it's full motion video. So what that means is, I want you to think about, like, what's a good context here? Think of like Mortal Kombat and how it used to have, like, they recorded actual people and then put those people into the game like that. And there's a bunch of games that are like that, some of which I don't think I could stream. I think some of them are a little bit like, whoa. Yeah. Raisin Brand, thank you so much. Like Immortality. Not for broadcast. I think not for broadcast sounds familiar. Yeah. But there are some games. I favorited some of them just so that way I didn't forget about them. Hold on, I'm going to mute the music because I want to bring this up now. Phantasmagoria, which is hilarious that's close in title. Night Trap. I don't know if any of you guys remember Night Trap. That was a game back on Sega, and they remastered it so that it actually looks okay now. It's crazy. Like, the story behind why this game is the way that it is wild. The way the monsters look, the way everything looks. It's crazy. Can I show you video of an example? Like a trailer? Or is it just photos? But do you see what I mean here? Like, you see the photos? It can get really brutal. Yeah, so there's a few games that are kind of like that, which is why I'm going to have to be a little hesitant about it. Do you like the other side still? I haven't played it in a while. I have had no interest in playing it. Honorable, have a good night. What is one that has a trailer so you can see it? There is one. It's just, again, it's just like some are just too much. Where's 7? Is it called 7? 7 Guest. This is the one that I want to play. I want to play this one, but I don't think I can do this one on stream. This would have to be off stream. Or it would have to be one that's like maybe a sub only stream or something. I don't know, because that one is kind of wild. But I'm trying to think of one that has a trailer I can show. Well, this one has a trailer though.
After years, the famous Mansion of Horrors comes to life.
A mansion that the wealthy toy maker was to build. A strange house. A house that scared people.
The award-winning game in a new remastered edition.
Welcome to my house.
With a story.
Hey, Abby. Late stream. A little bit later than usual, yeah.
The arrangement is simple. You are to spend the night as my guest, and in exchange, I will give you your heart's most secret desire.
Mist also had real people, yeah.
You know what that is, Mr. Dutton, don't you?
Unforgettable, terrifying puzzles.
Very 90s.
Don't slip and fall.
Hold on.
Careful you don't slip and fall.
Oh man, we gotta play it at some point.
Tons of extras.
Check out Not for Broadcast. I think it's stream appropriate. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. The music's a bop, dude. Hey, Monk, what up, dude?
Will you discover the secret of
What game is this? This is called Seventh Guest.
How did I get here? I remember.
Like we were saying, very 90s. But I mean, you want to see how old this game is? 25th anniversary edition. So like some of these games I never played, but I never really had the opportunity to dive into the full motion video game style. But I want to play them at some point. I don't know when, but at some point. There's a nice list of them and I want to find more. There's all kinds of games I want to play. Freaking Corpse Killer, same deal. Double Switch, same thing. Yeah, very interesting. Feels very familiar. Yeah, very cool. Deathstalker. Look at this. Look at this. Hold on. My God. See, you make the decisions. So you guys can make the decisions. It's great. I love it. Need to dust off the old gaming rig. Go down a few rabbit holes. That's kind of what I'm doing now. The music was quite a choice. Because I feel like if they would have... had different music, it would have had a way different feel to the trailer. I don't think the music did it justice. But yeah, it seems pretty cool though. Yeah. The music was a little bit hokey. But this guy looks creepy as shit, right? Didn't know these still exist. They're around and they're on Steam. That's the best part, is that some of these companies did like 25th anniversary guys with these. Yeah. Corpse Killer. I mean, when in Rome, right? Sounds like an old comedy. Yeah. Flash film. Very like 80s, 90s horror. Very practical. Contradiction is a great, somewhat recent FMV game. Ooh, okay. Dude, we have so many opportunities for such great gameage. Oh, it's him. I forget his name. I know that guy. Early models for The Walking Dead. Hey, it's available in 2019, even though this was like probably from way before that. Arcade shooters, yes. It's got the vibes of like that Aerosmith arcade game. What a time to be alive. I know, man. So I have had a deep dive. It's so soon. I've had a deep dive into like games like this, and I want to play them. I just don't know when. Again, this one right here looks like it'd be great, but I'm pretty sure it has some like crazy shit in it. Nothing hurts these days quite like hearing 25th anniversary edition. Yeah, what hurts more is when you're like, oh, I remember playing that. It's so insane. I have not watched the gameplay, but I've heard about it and I've seen like small clips, and yeah. So I don't know when we're going to play it, but at some point. Oh, there's an adventure pack. What is in here? Played Under a Killing Moon. I have not. 11th Hour. Does this have the same kind of shit? Oh my god, I think it does. What the fuck? What is this? It's so cute. It's so cute. Oh my god. Such a cute baby. All right. That is enough. That is enough. All right. TikToks and YouTubes. We're going to end it there, friends. Thank you guys so much. It is super stinking late for me. Baby Vampig. Man Bear Pig. But yeah, let's go find someone to say hi to. An actual picture of me as a baby. Oh, stop it. You knock it off. Certain friends doing a celebration. You know, I've heard of said things. I might have heard about that. Oh, let me end this. There we go. All right. Phasmo, you go away. Thank you, Derpy. I'll be around. I'll be back Sunday. Sunday, we're back. There's no reason I shouldn't be. Let me double check. Yeah, Sunday. Sunday would be the last stream of the month. Last stream of the month. Might have been left behind in peak. So she's yelling right now, probably. Maybe possibly heard his own about once or twice. Well, I mean, maybe possible. Guys, if you're not in my server already, by the way, we do have one. And the rest of the socials too. She has not, this would not be the first time that she's been left behind. I don't know how she gets behind. I don't understand how that works. Oh, she's in a new game. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know. By the way, I've opened up a new channel in the server. It's a nostalgia channel. So if you have any like older photos, if you have older like things that you maybe collect, whatever it may be, if you just want to have nostalgia conversation, there's a new channel for it. I posted a picture of my Furby and my can of Surge in there because it felt appropriate to be the first photo. So yeah, it's there. It exists. I want you guys to know about it. All right. Let me get this set up. Mute. Oh, I see what they moved on to. Okay. I see. I see. I see. I see. I see. I see. Okay. But yeah, with a bunch of different games, with all the different games that we want to play, I just need to figure out a way to incorporate them some way, somehow. And I think what I might do, I think the move, Laws, thank you for the biddies, by the way. I don't know if I saw that. Just join the Discord. Let's go. Welcome in. What I might do is on some days, I might, like if it's a Phaz day, maybe I start with Phaz and we do a little bit of Phaz and then we move into a game. It just depends on how many hours that other game is supposed to take. So I'll make sure that I'm doing my due diligence of checking to see how long the game should last. But there's a few that I want to play. I was gifted a couple, so I 100% have to play those. Twisted Gallery I want to play. Oh, what was the one Blondie gave me? Spaghetti, thank you for the 10 months. Hope you and the family are doing well. We are, friend. I hope you're good. Imagine. Man, these other games, though, I want to play them. I could always just play those other games and then like make them only available to certain people, but I don't know. Twisted Metal? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember finding bug spots in that game. We're going to talk about that song. You're going to talk about it every day for the rest of your life. We will play, and the following day, you're going to talk about it. And then you're going to talk about it again. And when you're done talking about it, you're going to talk about it. All right. Well, we do have a friend that is doing a celebration, a partnerversary. So we're going to go say hi duties. Friends, if you're a follower, that's for you. If you're a sub, that's for you. If you're a little creepy tier 3, that one is for you. Do we know how much time she has left? I'm fairly certain I noticed earlier that her stream must have like crashed or something. So I don't think the uptime right now is actually the true time. 2 to 3 hours. Okay. No, thank you guys. Thank you for all the freaking bits and the subs and the love. I appreciate all the follows. You guys are awesome. We are a little bit over 100 away from the extended goal of making Mrs. Flash play Phasmophobia again. And we're within the September window of the perks of it. So we'll see what happens next stream. I don't know. Backrooms Crasher streamed twice. Damn. Which one? Was it the same Backrooms that I played? Or was it a different one? Because I had 0 problems with that Backrooms. All right. Get her started. Yeah, we returned the Backrooms game. It is bad. Really? I'll DM it to you. Okay. Moon. Thank you, Phoenix. Yeah, I'm curious. I don't know if I have it or not. And if it's making stuff crash, escape the Backrooms. Do I not have that? Escape the Backrooms. I don't know if that's the one I have or not. It might not be. Yeah. No, thank you guys. Thank you for wonderful streams. I appreciate you. I'm excited for September. September is going to be fun. Lots of different stuff going on. Many excites. But guys, I hope you have an amazing weekend if I don't talk to you. If I do, it's going to be Sunday because you're going to come back for more fun and shenanigans. I'm not sure what the plan is as of right now, but we will find out soon enough. So y'all are amazing. I love you all. I will see you guys later. Please, let's go give all the love to Epic. Goodbye.